Right now, as you're watching this video, there are over 40 million people getting trafficked against their will. And what makes it even worse is that stat is notoriously underreported.
So many victims even know their traffickers well. A parent, a family friend, even spouses. 7 out of 10 victims are female.
1 out of 4 is a child. We gotta do better. We need you to enter the fight, and we need you now.
Right. Good evening. Welcome to the June 13th Zoning Hearing Master meeting. I'm Pamela Jo Hatley, and I'll be serving as the Zoning Hearing Master this evening. Before we get started, please stand as you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. Again, I'm Pamela Jo Hatley, and I'll be serving as the Hearing Master this evening. Please, if you have any devices that make noise, silence those now. Thank you for that. I will introduce Mr. Brian Grady from Development Services Department, who will introduce staff and any agenda changes, withdrawals, and continuances.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. Before I go through the changes to the agenda and withdrawals and continuances, introducing staff joining us virtually online tonight are from the County Development Services staff, Michelle Heinrich, Colleen Marshall, Tim Lampkin, Tanya Chapella, Sam Ball, and Isis Brown. From our staff, Transportation Review staff, Richard Perez and James Ratliff, and with the County Attorney's Office, Cameron Clark, and with the Planning Commission, Melissa Leinhardt. We do have a number of changes on tonight's agenda. The first change is on page 4 of the agenda, item 4. This is rezoning PD 21-1321. This is in the continuances and withdrawals portion of the agenda. The continuance date is being changed from July 25th to August 15th, 2021. So again, agenda item 4, page 4, item A4, rezoning PD 21-1321 is continuing to the August 15th, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. The next change on the agenda is on page 9 of the agenda, item D2, rezoning PD 21-1337, RV Retailer Florida Real Estate LLC and Tampa Electric Company. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Therefore, again, it's being withdrawn and will not be heard tonight. The next change is on page 9 of the agenda. This is item D4, rezoning PD 22-0083. This application is being moved up the agenda, will be heard following item B2 on the agenda, which is being heard by Hearing Officer Susan Finch. Also, another housekeeping note with respect to item B2 and item D4 will be heard, be the first 2 items to be heard tonight, so that Hearing Officer Finch can hear those items, and then we'll take up B1 immediately following those 2 items. The next change on the agenda is on page 10, item D8, rezoning PD 22-0443. The applicant is Lennar Homes LLC. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. I believe the applicant is here to explain the reasons for the requested continuance.
Thank you. Good evening. Rebecca Kurt, Brooke Shepherd, Rocha, 400 North Tampa Street, here representing Lennar Homes. We are requesting a continuance to the July zoning hearing master meeting. We are one of the first rezonings to go under the new Waimama Land Development Code, and we are working with staff to finalize some interpretations of the code.
Okay. Let me just ask if anyone is here who wishes to speak to this item. So this is rezoning PD 22-0443. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
that is-
correct.
Okay,
that is
0443 is requesting a continuance to the July zoning hearing master meeting. And is there anyone here in the audience or online who wishes to speak in support or in opposition to this request for continuance for this item? All right, do not hear anyone. All right, the continuance is granted. So item RZPD 22-0443 will be continued to the July, what was the date again, Ms. Grady?
25th.
July 25th, 2022, zoning hearing master meeting.
Ma'am, can you please come sign in with me, please?
The next change on the agenda is on page 8, item C3, rezoning standard 22-0802. The applicant is Wagner Property Group LLC. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the August 15, 2022 zoning master hearing. I believe the applicant is here to explain the reasons for the requested continuance.
Good evening, Jamie Mayer-Hill, Ward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard in Tampa, Suite 3700, representing the applicant. We are requesting a continuance to the August 15th hearing to work out issues with the existing tenant on the site.
All right, thank you. Let me see if there's anyone here to speak to this item. Is anyone here or online who wishes to speak to rezoning? It's RZ 22-0802. Has requested a continuance. Is anyone here to speak to this item? All right, do not hear anyone. All right, the continuance is granted. So rezoning 22-0802 will be continued to the August 15th, 2022 zoning hearing master meeting.
That concludes the changes to the agenda. I'll now go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, major minor application 19-0521. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A2, major mod application 21-0963. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, major mod application 21-1270. This application is being withdrawn by the zoning administrator in accordance with the Land Development Code section 100302C2. A4, as I noted in the change of the agenda, is being continued to the August 15th zoning hearing master hearing. That's RZPD 21-1321. Item A5, major mod application 21-1334. This application is being withdrawn by the zoning administrator in accordance with LDC section 100302C2. Item A6, rezoning PD 22-000. RZPD 22-0075. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A7, major mod application 22-0087. This application is being continued by the applicant to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, major mod application 22-0109. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, rezoning PD 22-0181. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, major mod application 22-0221. This application is continued by the applicant at the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, rezoning PD 22-0369. This application is being continued by staff to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, rezoning PD 22-0420. This application has been continued by the applicant to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, rezoning PD 22-0433. This application has been continued by the applicant to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 22-0461. This application is being continued by the applicant to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, major mod application 22-0477. This application is being continued by the applicant to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, rezoning standard 22-0557. This application is being continued by the staff to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, rezoning PD 22-0559. This application is being continued by the applicant applicant at the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, rezoning PD 22-0562. This application is being continued by the applicant at the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, rezoning PD 22-0565. This application is being continued by the applicant at the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, rezoning PD 22-0567. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A21, rezoning PD 22-0648. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A22, rezoning PD 22-0650. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A23, rezoning PD 22-0667. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A24, major mod application 22-0670. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A25, major mod application 22-061. This application will be continued by the applicant to July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A26, rezoning PD 22-0683. This application is being continued by the applicant to July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A27, rezoning PD 22-0684. This application is being continued by the applicant to July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A28, rezoning PD 22-0685. This application is being continued by the applicant to July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A29, major mod application 22-0866. 686, major mod application 22-0686. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to July 25th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A30, rezoning PD 22-0688. This application is being continued by the applicant to July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A31, rezoning PD 22-0692. This application is being continued by the applicant to July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A32, rezoning PD 22-0696. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A33, rezoning standard 22-0698. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A34, rezoning standard 22-0789. This application is to be continued by the applicant to July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. All right. I'm going to read some meeting procedures for tonight. So first of all, the agenda tonight consists of items that will require a public hearing by a hearing master before going to the Board of County Commissioners for a final decision. I will conduct a hearing on each item today and will submit a written recommendation. My written recommendation will be filed with the clerk of the board within 15 working days after the conclusion of today's public hearings. The Board of County Commissioners will consider the record of today's public hearing and my recommendation and will make the final decision on the application at a publicly noticed meeting on a date and time set by the Board of County Commissioners. The hearings today will be informal. I will ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony and may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate. I will decide all questions of procedure. I will take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony shall be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding of fact unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil court action. The order of presentation shall be as follows. First of all, county staff, Mr. Grady will introduce each item. The applicant and the applicant's witnesses will have 15 minutes to present the proposal. The County Development Services Department will have 5 minutes to present its findings and recommendations. The Planning Commission will have 5 minutes to present its findings of compliance or non-compliance with the comprehensive plan. Proponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments in support of the proposal, and opponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments against the proposal. County staff will then have 5 minutes to present any amended recommendations, and the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation. The 15 minutes that are allotted to proponents and opponents is the total time allotted to all who wish to speak. If there are a number of persons who wish to speak to an item, the 15 minutes will be distributed among them. So if that's the case, if there are a number of persons who wish to speak, you may designate a single spokesperson to represent your views if you wish. When you come to the microphone to speak, please first state your name and address. This meeting is being recorded, so please speak into the microphone so your testimony can be recorded. When you're finished speaking, please see the clerk to my right here to sign in for the record. Now we'll hear from the county attorney's office, who will state the legal requirements for requesting oral argument at the public meeting where the Board of County Commissioners will make a final decision on each item.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Cameron Clark, Assistant County Attorney. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its August 25th, 2022 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on July 6th. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications that do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. Finally, applications that have had evidence or testimony provided into the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's hearing, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the hearing master's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the hearing master unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into one of the following four categories. First, someone who is present tonight and presents testimony or other evidence. Second, someone who was certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days before tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It's the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider as public meeting is entered in tonight's record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. All right, all testimony taken tonight must be under oath. So if you plan to speak, please stand if you're able and raise your hand. Those online who wish to speak tonight, please also raise your hand to be sworn in. All right, do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Grady, we're ready for the first case.
The first 2 capes will be heard by Hearing Master Susan Fish. The first item is item B2, major mod application 22-0103. This is a remand application. It's a request for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide a brief staff presentation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Is the applicant here? Oh.
Yes, I am obviously here.
Hi, Mr. Malloy. I'm over here.
Good
There you go.
evening,
Good
William
evening.
Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. This is a remand. It's one of our own volition. We did this to ourselves just to bolster the record a little bit, introduce some more expert testimony, and some letters of support. So hopefully it's just a matter of procedure. That being said, Ms. Isabel Albert is here. She's got a brief presentation for us, and then we have some speakers.
All right. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Mr. Malloy. Good evening, Isabel Albert with Half Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive. For the presentation, please. Next slide. So just to remind you, this is about a planned development that we're doing an amendment to at the corner of Cypress and US 41. Next, please. So the reason, and then part of the again, as a refresher, these are the different uses that we're requesting as part of the amendment. Next one, please. And so what we noticed was that although we heard from a lot of some of the neighbors that they had no objections and they kind of supported us, we didn't have anything in writing. So we felt like we needed to have do a greater effort to get the neighborhood into the record, basically. And so those people that mailed in to the commissioners, and then that went into optics. So you had the mail-in ones, but also the applicant went around and try to get the Lutz community area to provide some letters of support. These have been entered into optics. You can see to the right-hand side, these are all the new support letters that we received. And then we also have an additional 85 letters of support into the record. And, this was to show that the community really wanted what we were proposing and to hear it from the community. And also, we wanted to address some comments that were made, some concerns about having the gas leak and to the aquifer and things like that. And since none of us are experts, we wanted to put into the record an expert, a hydrologist expert. Next, please. Hydrologist expert. We put in his CV, as well as any statements that he's made in other cases. He's not going to add anything new, but he's just there to answer questions if ever that arise by the board, because as he is the expert. But see the letters, if you go to the previous case, we even had you'll see the grants. The grants are the first people that actually reached out to us. They lived right across the street on the just on the east corner, on the east side. And they were also very excited about what we were proposing. So I appreciate your time, and Billy's here if you have any additional questions.
Let me just ask you one question. That's the hydrologist information. You mentioned you put his CV in the record. Did he do an analysis of the property itself, the subject property?
No, he did not.
All right. So this is testimony that he has provided regarding underground storage tanks and regarding just in general?
Just in general.
I see.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. If you could sign in with Allison at the
Thank you. And I don't know, you want to add? Okay. No, we're good. Thank you very much.
Conclude your presentation. All right. Development Services, please.
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Heinrich with Development Services. There were no changes to the request, so our original presentation remains, and we're available if you have any questions, and our recommendation of support subject to proposed conditions remains.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Heinrich. No further questions at this time. Planning Commission, please.
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the neighborhood mixed use 4 future land use category. The site is in the rural area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Lutz community plan. As Ms. Heinrich mentioned, this testimony was provided before, and our staff report and testimony will not change as part of this this evening. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Ms. Leinhard, just to confirm that this request meets commercial locational criteria, correct? They're not asking for a waiver.
Yes, ma'am. It does meet commercial locational criteria. 75% of the site is within 900 feet of the intersection.
All right. Thank you so much. That was my only question. All right. And now we'll go to anyone that would like to speak in favor of this application. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? How many do we have? I see one
If you could raise your hand, you have 15 minutes total. I see 3. Do we have anyone online that would like to speak in support? No. Okay. So we'll do 5 minutes apiece. If you could start by giving us your name and address. Good evening.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Betty Willis, and I reside at 1440 Hounds Hollow Court in Lutz. I have been a resident of Lutz since 1978, 44 years, when my husband took the position of senior pastor at First Baptist Church of Lutz, just north of this property. My husband and I and our children were one of the early families to purchase and live in a new home in the Brent Lake subdivision. I also ran a business in Lutz for over 30 years. Lutz is my home. Not every Lutz resident opposes development, especially along Highway 41. Clean, convenient, safe, modern facilities that have been expertly researched, planned, and designed provide much needed services for our growth that is happening throughout Florida. I support this zoning request, and I hope that you will also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. I appreciate it. If you could please see Allison at the end and sign in with her. Next, please, that would like to speak in support. Good evening. Over here. There you go.
My name is Nick Polero. I reside at 1612 Magdalene Manor Drive, and my office is located in Lutz. I'd like to make a few brief comments as the applicant. The opposition has repeatedly commented that this site has twice been denied a gas station by a unanimous 7-0 BOCC vote. While it is true that the original rezoning application in 2003 requested both professional office use and a gas station, there was never a vote on the gas station. It was pulled from the request. On top of that, Rhonda Storms, blast from the past, was not present at the time of our presentation. There could not have been a 7-0 vote as stated, even if it had come to a vote. As modified, despite the Lutz community opposition, our rezoning request was approved. In 2013, a minor modification was requested and approved by the BOCC with a 7-0 vote. The request only increased the existing retail square footage from 12,000 to 16,000 square feet. A gas station option was never presented. Therefore, there could not have been a 7-0 denial for such as contended. It's also been voiced that the owner is in this for the quick financial gain and greed. The fact that I have been a partner in this parcel purchased in 1985, 37 years ago, should render this accusation without any merit. I have been a good steward for the Lutz community. This site in prior years held Lutz community turkey shoots, and since 2019 has been a host for a fundraiser for Sincerely Santa, a local nonprofit organization bringing Christmas to less fortunate Hillsborough County families. Our free Shred for Santa events have provided more than 1,200 Christmas toys and over 2,000 cash donations to the needy Hillsborough County children. Finally, although the Lutz community opposed the proposed development of this parcel in 2003, I developed Heritage Station Office Park, which I believe to be the nicest development in the Lutz to date. Any future development would be held to that same standard. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your time. If you could please sign in. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Everyone, Natalie Davis, 17844 North US Highway 41. Thank you for letting me speak tonight and share my support for the rezoning of the Lutz Cypress Lane property. I'm going to qualify my Lutz status by stating that I grew up in the neighborhood at the intersection of Sunset Lane and 41, just north of where this property is located. When my family moved to Lutz in the 1990s, Highway 41 was a 2-lane road, and it has grown a lot since then. Fast forward to today, I'm now a small business owner in Lutz. I want to share why I support this rezoning project and also challenge some of the pushback from some Lutz residents. Lutz has grown significantly. From the time that the owner has held Cypress Lane property, approximately 1985, the population marked by the U.S. Census of people living in Lutz has gone from 5,500 for all of Lutz's zip codes. And now in 2010, it's grown to 16,000 just in the zip code 33549. Now it's over 18,000. In 2020. So that's 2,000 more people, or over 13% growth in the last decade, living in 11.75 square miles. And this was all measured before the pandemic and the resulting boom in population from other states, people moving here from other states. It's also worth noting that during the same time period, Lutz's other zip code, 33548, has seen a 27% growth in population. And the Lutz growth pales in comparison to other nearby areas. There's widespread development to the north of U.S. Highway, to the north of us on Highway 54 in Pasco County, and there's development creeping in from the south. U.S. Highway 41 is a 6-lane highway that runs in between. And to think that you're going to keep Lutz small, that train has left the station. We aren't talking about development along a small town road. We're talking about a 6-lane highway. We're not talking about bulldozing a nature preserve. We're talking about a vacant, treeless lot on a 6-lane highway. These new families and business owners in Lutz want new places to shop and dine. And in the letters of support, I think you'll find that there are plenty of Lutz residents that want a Chick-fil-A, a Panera, a Trader Joe's, a modern, safe, quality gas station like a Wawa. These types of businesses and retail have not been available to Lutz residents and business owners due to lack of appropriate zonings. New development is required now and into the future. In fact, it's long overdue. Whatever new business goes on the Cypress Lane property, it will not only increase the Hillsborough County tax base, but also add construction jobs and employment opportunities for the community. These are all good things that Lutz needs. I want to pivot now to some other points brought up in letters of opposition toward the project. The first is the concern of pollution of the nearby lake. I just want to say, I love the earth. I don't want to see any harm come to it. But there are some common sense points that escape those who claim that a gas station would be disastrous for water pollution. So I would like to talk about what is polluting our lakes and wells. Pollution is coming from nitrogen and fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides sprayed on homeowners' lawns, especially those of the 80 homes that sit on the edge of the lake. Pollution is coming from aging septic tanks and drain fields that leak human waste and other bacteria and contaminants into the lake. Let's talk about the percentage of those septic tanks that were put in the 1970s and 80s when most of the homes in Lutz were built. How many of those have been replaced? The average lifespan of a concrete septic tank is 40 years, and we're at the peak of those systems needing to be replaced. These are silent polluters, yet some of the worst offenders. Lake pollution comes from 2-stroke outboard motors from boats running along the lake. 2-stroke engines are found on 75% of boats and produce 2 to 3 more times more pollutants than a similar 4-stroke engine. Engines emit gases and carbon dioxide, especially if they're improperly maintained. So according to the EPA, boat motors discharge non-burned fuel. So this isn't only limited to boats, it's jet skis as well. Nearly all the types of pollution that I've mentioned are caused by recreational boaters, homeowners, and individuals, and they go unreported. So I understand the idea that a proposed gas station could potentially cause pollution, but we need to bring this argument into the year 2022. Gas stations are highly regulated. They have frequent inspections and if they have any kind of leakage. Technology has advanced in how they build the double-walled tanks and how the runoff of the surface of the station is collected. Gas stations have to report leaks to local and state authorities, and I will take that level of accountability over individuals that go unchecked. And when we really want to take our pollution as a society more seriously with more electric vehicles, gas stations will transition to charging stations. Frankly, we shouldn't be worried about a modern gas station. We should be more worried about the aging tanks and antiquated technology from other nearby gas stations. The second theme in the opposition is the idea that there will be more traffic congestion. For those, I would say Cypress Lane was rebuilt from the intersection of US Highway 41 to a rear service road of the parcel. The remainder of Cypress Lane to the service road to Estes Road covers only 0.1 of a mile. At that intersection of Cypress Lane and Estes Road, there's only through access in one direction. The other direction is a dead end. And the 0.6 miles of Estes Road south to Crenshaw Lake Road has 5 speed bumps and a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. If you value the undercarriage of your vehicle, you'll do the 15 miles an hour speed limit or slower. So I strongly believe that most would rather take their chances on the 6-lane highway than deal with 5 nasty speed bumps on Estes Road. So I think that claim for traffic congestion is personally overstated. As I wrap up my time, please keep in mind that the many letters of support that have come in, and also the next generation of voters like me that want to see convenient, nice-looking shops, restaurants, and yes, even gas stations near their homes and businesses. Please support the rezoning of the Cypress Lane property. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Yes.
All right. Seeing no one else that would like to testify in support, do we have anyone here that would like to speak in opposition? How many do we have? 2, 3. All right. Do we have anybody online to speak in opposition? No. All right. So if you want to come forward, we'll do 5 minutes apiece. You give us your name and address, please. Good evening.
Good evening, Craig Latimer, Post Office Box 2303, Lutz. I'm one of the owners of record on the property west and southwest of this proposed major modification. Directly west is a 33-acre tract with an occupied house on the property. Half of this property is wetlands, also known as swamps. These are an important part of our ecosystem. These wetlands are important to our drinking water in the area and also flow into Lake Brant, which is a very vital waterway. Gas stations and fast food restaurants are a known source of runoff of oil, gas, coolants, and grease. This will be designed to have these pollutants run into a storm pond, which borders our wetlands. The pollutants will leach into the soil and contribute to the compromise of the entire area of drinking water. I am not in opposition of development which is compatible with the current zoning CN, which is also compatible with the neighborhood and the current buildings on the other half of this property. A 24-hour gas station convenience store with an estimated 6,000 stops a day is not compatible with this neighborhood. In addition, there are currently 11 gas stations within a roughly 3-mile radius from this property, including a Wawa. There's no need for another gas station. I would direct your attention to Cypress Lane, which borders the south side of this property. It's not a road or a street. It is, in fact, a lane, as designated. It's one lane. The waste collection truck has to back down Cypress Lane as there is no turnaround. All of the roads west and southwest of this proposal are country-style roads, barely 20 foot wide, with no sidewalks and no curbs, and all the roads dead end to the west. This is very important because the traffic flow on US 41 at Cypress Lane, if you're northbound at US 41, you can turn left or west into Cypress Lane, but you cannot turn back north on Cypress Lane or on 41 from Cypress Lane. The only way to continue north is to head south on Highway 41, cross 3 lanes of traffic, make a U-turn into another 3 lanes of traffic, or the other alternative is to travel the back residential roads to the traffic light at Crenshaw Lake and 41. This is a problem again. Rural roads barely 20 feet wide, and none of these residential roads have sidewalks or curbs. This huge increase in traffic in our rural neighborhood will negatively impact families, create traffic and pedestrian hazards to the residents in the area, and diminish our quality of life and increase child safety risks and litter. As a retired law enforcement officer, I can tell you firsthand that this proposed major modification, if approved, will have a direct impact on the quality of life in our rural neighborhood. The applicant did attempt this same major modification, as he mentioned, and it was unanimously opposed by those present in the county commission meeting at that time. Nothing has changed. I would remind you that they asked this be remanded so they had time to work with the community on this project. Apparently, they lost my phone number and address because I have had no contact from the applicant or his staff or his attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Dan Romsberg. I reside at 1816 Rebecca Road. I am presently president of the Lake Brant Special Dependent Taxing District, which represents about 100 households on Lake Brant. I would also like to comment regarding my letter of December 29, 2021, which I'd like to have that stand as far as record goes. I mean, I realize that the departments have reviewed this process several times, and they have taken precautions to minimize the impact on our lake. However, this does not preclude the fact that customers going into a gas station, they just don't take any precautions. They dump fuel on the pavement. It ends up getting into the watershed, which is our upland watershed, and then eventually entering into our lake. We have water samples for several years that have been reviewed by the University of Florida, stating that our water quality is excellent there, and we don't want that disturbed, simply. The fact that this thing keeps going on and on and on is just ridiculous. And the fact that, we have to continually come down here and fight the aspect of a gas station. He's got office buildings on the north side of the property. Why doesn't he continue just to go ahead and enter more office buildings to the site? We don't object to that. But a gas station, we vehemently object to, as well as the 100 households that are on our lake.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. All right. Last person to speak. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Chris Kapkovic. I reside at 17510 Estes Road here in Lutz, 33548. As a trustee for 29 years, I'm here representing our 98 households and our 80 letters of opposition, 80 letters of opposition. Let me start by saying that we don't oppose the responsible development of this land. We only oppose the same 4 polluting land uses that the 2003 Board of County Commissioners unanimously decided should be disallowed because of their close proximity to Lake Brandt, just feet away. We would welcome and support all other uses. We're still waiting for the applicant to call us too. I guess he lost our number also. I hope you were able to review some of those remarkable letters. These are not petitions or form letters, but genuine concerns of 80 individuals who have for the last 29 years benefited from the educational programs we've participated in. We formed a government on Lake Brandt, a special dependent district. We tax the people on the lake and we implement our plan. We participated with Swift Mud, Yards and Neighborhoods, EPC, Fish and Wildlife Commission, Hillsborough County Lake Programs, and 31 years with the University of Florida Lake Watch Program. You see, our members have become environmental stewards. We have taxed and spent ourselves over $100,000 restoring Lake Brandt and educating our people about the lake. Today, please consider these 80 letter writers as environmental whistleblowers. Please compare these letters with the applicant supporters' letters. I think only one of them was from Lutz. I looked at them. One was from Lutz. They're not very. None of them are from the immediate neighborhood. Some of them are from old high school friends that this gentleman's never talked to since high school. Anyway, you see, our members know that pollution, like all land uses, is location, location, location. The national EPA requires locating polluting causing uses away from water bodies and natural water drainage and create resource protection zones that are here. But for some reason, we're finding loopholes in these zones. Gas and fast food are the 2 most polluting land uses we allow in a neighborhood. And let me say again, gas and fast food are the 2 most polluting land uses we would allow in a neighborhood. And then within feet of there is our wetland, the most environmentally vulnerable land type we have in all of the state of Florida. The stormwater ponds on these properties do a great job of collecting and storing the toxic pollutions until above average rainfall or a tropical storm or a hurricane comes, and then they overflow. Where do they overflow? Right into Lake Brandt. All the petroleum and all that product would come right into Lake Brandt. It would do what we call flush into Lake Brandt, and you know what that's implying. This would create a perpetual petroleum pollution distribution system, and toxins would flow into Lake Brandt, contaminating our water and private wells. Then it would go on to Lake Charles, other lakes, and eventually to the bay. This is exactly what we don't want. At the same time, this pollution would seep through the aquifer, through our wetlands, and through our documented close connection to Well Station 21, our region's drinking water. Furthermore, we respectfully disagree with the planning staff's conclusion that the 2003 Board of County Commissioners' denial of gas and fast food as a traffic issue. In fact, it was not. It was there. In fact, I was there, and I have a verbatim copy of it. And the newspaper quoted Commissioner Hagan as saying, a gas station or fast food restaurant right next to a wetland doesn't seem to be a very good idea to me. The commissioners then discussed it and added additional uses that we didn't even think of to be disallowed on that property. These uses are still in effect today, protecting our lake and community for 19 years. Commissioner Hagan was right then, and he's right now. In conclusion, please weigh the short-term gain of this one applicant and his plans for gas, fast food, and its perpetual petroleum pollution problems against the proven long-term commitment of the Lake Branch Special Dependent District and its nearly 100 homeowners who have taxed themselves over $100,000 to manage our lake. Please allow hundreds of land uses on this land that we would allow, and we would make them popular and we'd make them successful. But please disallow the same polluting uses that our 2003 Board of County Commissioners unanimously agreed should not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office at the end with Allison there. All right, so that closes opposition testimony. We'll now go back to county staff. Mr. Grady, do you have anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, then Mr. Malloy, Ms. Albert, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
William Malloy again, 325 South Boulevard. I'm just going to address a few points. I think they are all covered in what's already been published in the staff report and your previous recommendation. The first one is to speak to the issue of wetlands and their proximity to the project. I'm not an expert on petroleum products or storage, but I can testify quite honestly under oath that I think this project has been looked at by every single agency that touches water, wells, wetlands, etc. in Hillsborough County, and has been deemed to be safe and appropriate. Based on testimony we expect to hear from our hydrologist, if it needs to come up, we're going to hear that gasoline runoff, petroleum runoff, and contamination is simply not an option in these kind of operations. These things are so hermetically sealed and redundant, there is no environmental threat. Again, that's not for me to say, that's for the experts to say. I would like to reiterate that compatibility, I heard that reference several times. That's a determination of the Planning Commission, obviously, and we have it articulated in paper. This project is compatible with the area. And finally, with the traffic concerns, I do understand the potential idea of this project affecting the neighborhoods behind it, but this project is meant to serve US 41. And I think our traffic report and study speaks for ourselves in that 41 takes the brunt of the traffic and the other roads are treated appropriately. If they weren't, we would have to do something to them in terms of bringing them up to standard or adding lanes, et cetera, to handle the added intensity of our project. So with that, I think that covers everything, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Albert.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, Isabel Albert for the record. So when we were looking at the opposition letters, there are quite a few of them. I didn't count them, but if it was 80, yes, okay, it's 80. But they all had that same fear, unfounded fear of that gas station leaking into the system and polluting their lake. This is all the same people that live there. However, we heard from a lot of other people, yes, and people from all over the county. A lot of them are from Lutz, but a lot of them are traveling back and forth. There's a teacher from across the street. There's just people working in the area that have written letters and say, I want this there. And, there is no testimony from an expert from the opposition stating what they were saying. It's just based on fear. They've talked about this fear for 20 years, and they are just concentrating on that. And from other cases, I would say that gas station are not as what they were saying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Malloy, does that conclude your rebuttal testimony? All right. Then with that, we'll close major modification 22-0103 and go to the next case.
The next item, as we addressed the change of the agenda, will be item D4. It's rezoning PD 22-0083. The applicant, Sarah Combs, is rezoning from PD and commercial general to planned development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. Over here. I'm at the end.
Oh,
hello.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
Catherine Hartley. My address is 2001 East 2nd Avenue, Tampa, 33605. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the University Area Community Development Corporation. With me tonight, I also have Sarah Combs, who is the executive director. And I do have a couple of slides just to clarify some of the things on the record very quickly. Sarah, do you want to introduce the project?
Good afternoon, Sarah Combs, 14013 North 22nd Street. I'm the CEO of the University Area CDC. I'd like to introduce the project. University Area CDC is currently redeveloping 4 contiguous lots in the heart of the community to serve as the home of the University Area Cultural Campus. One of our community's greatest strengths is our cultural diversity. The Cultural Campus will not only celebrate that diversity, it will also provide opportunities for inclusion and education to the growing uptown area. The need for the cultural campus was determined through data indicating that many residents in our community are challenged with the lack of education, unemployment, language barriers, inadequate healthcare access, and are transportation disadvantaged. Therefore, we must expand our services and consequently our facilities to answer the growing need and support of the university area residents in their quest for self-sustainability. The mission of the Cultural Campus is to serve as a community hub, incorporating partners who are providing direct programming and servicing. University Area CDC is following an equitable development framework to provide quality of life outcomes such as affordable housing, healthy environments, and transportation while reducing racial disparities and taking into account the past history and current changing conditions of the uptown region. Just as important, the Cultural Campus will be inclusive of the growing cultural arts community in the area by incorporating dedicated space for local collective artists. Once completed, the Cultural Campus will provide the university area with dedicated office space for community serving organizations while enabling the University Area CDC to serve 25% more individuals who are devoted to living in an environment that is dedicated to supporting their community. Just as important, the Cultural Campus will provide university area residents with expanded services by connecting them with health and wellness opportunities, out-of-school education, financial education, in addition to sustaining the commitment from area anchor institutions to truly uplift the community. The project will be built in 4 phases, and the design focuses on embedding amenities within the community, eventually creating a vibrant streetscape that connects the Cultural Campus to the 7-acre park that we built through sidewalks, street lighting, and storefronts that activate 20th Street and encourage safe walking and biking. Our design strategy has been to take a surgical approach that considers the context of the neighborhood and not only incorporates new buildings, but includes creative renovations of existing structures on the site as well. The final build out of the Cultural Campus will include the renovated warehouse, a new building on the corner of 136th and 20th Street, affordable housing on the north 2 lots, and a public plaza for festivals and events. And I want to add to the record that we just received a $2.1 million grant for the Cultural Campus, and has been endorsed by Congresswoman Castor for that grant from federal funding. And I'd like to now introduce Catherine to go through the details. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you so much.
Next slide, please. Just to orient you just a little bit, it's in the university area at the corner of 20th Street at 136th Avenue. It's only 1 block north of Fletcher. It's walking distance of transit, the Harvest Park that the client has constructed over the last few years, the University of South Florida, Advent Health, the VA Hospital, and multiple commercial establishments like Target, Walmart, and Publix is down the street. It is within multiple transit routes. Route 33 is only a block away, the stop. Also in proximity is Route 400, 1, 44, 42, 45. It's clearly a transit supportive neighborhood. Next slide, please. The request is simply just really not to do anything more than they're already allowed to do under the existing zoning. It's just to reorient it in a pedestrian and transit-friendly way. It's going to be 18 multifamily units on the northern half of the site, and on the southern half of the site where there's already CG zoning and some commercial buildings, many of which have already been torn down. Is 16,500 in non-residential space. The client wants to move their office space to the area, and that's going to be the vast majority of the project. But there's also going to be some flex space for artists and different entrepreneurial measures, as Sarah was telling you. They do want to have a little bit of coffee space so you can have something while you're sitting there and enjoying the area. Between the 2 buildings will be a creative play space for people to bring their kids and hang out. I believe they are looking for a splash pad. Is that correct, splash pad in that area as well? The difference between the current zoning And what we are asking for is, first of all, we're asking for reduced parking. That census tract does have a history of only having one car or less per household. It just kind of makes sense to not require as much parking as there is now in the county code. We want to flip the setback. So rather than a minimum 20-foot setback, we're asking for a maximum, just like the zoning exactly to the east of the project, and for building height up to 50 feet and to put the parking in the rear. Next slide, please. And that's the general site plan. Next slide that you have in your packet. And again, directly to the east is the university area zoning that was adopted in 2004, specifically to implement the university area community plan. It did not, for whatever reason, extend to the parcels on the west side where the project is going to be located. But we're simply trying to mirror that zoning to the extent possible. Next slide, please. We do have a number of variations and waivers that we've asked for. I've already addressed the parking issue. There's also along the back is required a buffer, but we can't fit shade trees back there without tearing up the parking lot. So we've asked for a waiver from providing the trees. Let's see, there's a note in the bulk and height table in section 6.0101 that requires RMC 12 properties to come in 2 feet for every foot goes above 20. We're asking for a waiver from that. A waiver from the locational criteria, and then we have also submitted a design exception for the transportation. Next slide, please. And I'm available for any questions.
I just have a quick question on the waiver. I'm sorry, the variation for the off-street parking, the vehicular use area.
Right.
And there's a proposed condition. It looked like, and even in your PowerPoint, it looked like you weren't asking for a variation to the width of it. You were still going to adhere to that 6-foot width.
Correct.
But the proposed conditions that are shown in the staff report don't call out that 6-foot width. And I wondered if you would be amenable to adding that to that 6-foot wide buffer, that it would be added to the condition.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you so much. And then there is just a fine point, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the record. There seems to be an acreage discrepancy. Your site plan shows it as 1.71, and then the staff report shows it, let me get to my notes, as 1.63 when you add what's divided between what's already zoned plan development and then the Euclidean zoning. And so I just want to make sure that it would be safe to cite that 1.71 that's listed on your site plan as the acreage.
We turned in multiple surveys with the application package, and so that should be correct.
That is the final number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think that was it for my questions of you. So thank you so much for your testimony. If you could please sign in.
Thank you.
Development Services, please.
You're muted, Mr. Lampkin. Mr. Lampkin, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, let me reshare the screen again. All right, can you see the screen?
Yeah, we are seeing the back end view if you want to
Back end.
switch
Okay.
to display screens.
That. All right. Okay, so the applicant seeks to develop approximately, as we've just discussed, 1.7 acres of a unified development consisting of 4 folios. What they're proposing is to allow a unified development of 18 units of multifamily housing and 16,500 square feet of office, professional services, community space, accessory retail. The site is located north of 136th Avenue East and west of North 20th Street, located within the urban service area. The surrounding area is an eclectic mix of single-family, multifamily, residential, and commercial. The subject property is designated residential 20 on the future land use map. Typical uses include residential, neighborhood commercial, office, multi-purpose, and mixed-use projects. Non-residential uses are required to meet established locational criteria. Office commercial 20 is located further south, which is the strip in the red. The surrounding uses include commercial general, neighborhood office, multifamily residential, and planned development. There's existing uses there's a community center, park, and garden, predominantly commercial to the south. East, there's a mobile food truck and one-story multifamily, and then to the west is multifamily development. Here's the site plan highlighting, showing where the structures are, the multifamily in the rear. And again, the request is for the project of up to 18 multifamily residential dwelling units along with neighborhood commercial and office type uses. The office type uses are shown towards the front to the south of the property. The applicant's narrative does state, and it's a condition, that the UACDC is committed to filling in the sidewalk gaps along the existing boundaries of the proposed PD. The conditions of approval require sidewalks along North 20th Street and 136th Avenue East, further supporting walkability, as the applicant was stating. Furthermore, the University Area Community Development, they prepared in their packet a walkability study that was in the university area community that was dated in December of 2016 in partnership with the Hillsborough County Planning Commission, which emphasized the need for more walkability in the area. That concludes staff's presentation, and staff finds the request supportable. There are a number of waivers. There is a waiver for the 2-for-1 setback requirement, which staff finds supportable. There are two variations. There's a variation to the parking and loading standards, and due to the proposed walkability and the site design fronting the building to the front, staff finds that supportable. Also, as the applicant noted, in census tract, it's 108.18 is designated an area where approximately 88% of occupied households have one or fewer vehicles. The applicant is requesting the second variation to all street vehicle use area buffers, and that is they're requesting to have a 6-foot landscape buffer with 6-foot high fence and no trees, as they discussed in their presentation. Staff finds these supportable. There's a couple transportation. There's a transportation design exception, which the Hillsborough County engineer found approvable, and based upon the survey, the right-of-way is approximately 50 feet on East 136th Avenue and North 20th. And the property is within the City of Tampa water service area and the Tampa wastewater service area. And unless you have any questions, that concludes staff's presentation.
I do, Mr. Lampkin. I just have a couple quick questions. First is I just want to confirm the maximum height in the waiver request. In the narrative of the staff report, it talks about the applicant asking for a 50-foot maximum height, but the conditions, zoning condition 1, where it says maximum building height, states that it's 45 feet. I just wanted to confirm what that would be. Oh, and Mr. Grady is handing me a revised report. Okay.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, because I neglected. There was a revision in condition 1. There were a couple iterations of staff reports, and the proposed height is, the proposed setback is not 50 feet. The proposed setback is the 0 to 20 feet, which if you go on condition 1, bullet point 3, and then there's an additional bullet point that the site is not subject to the 2 to 1 additional setback requirement. And then regarding the height is 50 feet, and that's a Scrivener's error. It's not 45 feet.
All right, thank you. That answers that. And also you now answered my second question, which was regarding the setback. And then lastly, before I let you go, you heard my question to the applicant regarding the plan development variation regarding the vehicular use area. And she agreed to add 6 feet, that it would be 6 feet wide. And I'm just looking for what the appropriate condition is to add that, just to make sure they have confirmed that that is acceptable to them to add it. That would be condition number, let's see, Mr. Grady or Mr. Lampkin, if you could help me with that.
Yes.
Oh, that's 13. It's condition 13, the second bullet point. And so it just confirms that that would be 6 feet. But that was it.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 20 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the university area community plan. The intent of the residential 20 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for high density residential development. Per the residential 20 future land use category, the maximum density permitted on the site is 18 units, and the maximum intensity that is permitted is a 0.75 FAR. All non-residential development which exceeds 0.35 FAR must be for office or residential support uses and not retail. The applicant is proposing accessory retail of 1,500 square feet at an FAR of 0.5, and the applicant is requesting 18 units and 16,500 square feet of non-residential uses, and is consistent with policies 1.2 and 7.1 of the future land use element with regard to minimum and maximum densities and intensities. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria per the direction under Objective 22 of the future land use element. The closest qualifying intersection is over 1,200 feet southeast of the site at North 22nd Street and East Fletcher Avenue. The planned development does not have 75% of the site located within 1,000 feet of the qualifying intersection, and therefore the applicant has submitted a waiver request to locational criteria. The waiver request states that a portion of the proposed site already contains non-residential structures and zoning. The project will remove the old structures and replace with office, accessory retail, and the community and incubator space. The waiver states that the project is compatible with the neighborhood and the parcels to the east and west are commercial uses. The waiver request also states that 20th Street has university area zoning, which is required to have an urban walkable form to implement the community plan. And this project aims to copy the zoning districts so that the street will have a consistent context. Future land use element Objective 16 and its accompanying policies require that new development protect established neighborhoods and be compatible with the development pattern of the surrounding area. Compatibility may be achieved through various tools such as site planning, buffering, and screening, as well as the gradual transition of uses. According to policies 1.4 and 1610, compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 of the community design component in the future land use element requires new developments to recognize the existing community and be designed to relate to and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. The properties to the north, east, and west are developed with multifamily, two-family, single-family, and vacant properties. Per policy 25.3 of the future land use element, commercial infill development may be considered where over 50% of the block is already zoned for commercial land uses. South of the property is retail, service, restaurant, medical office, and other light commercial uses. The entire block of 136th Avenue immediately south of the site is zoned commercial general. Planning Commission staff recognizes the gradual transition from higher intensity commercial uses on East Fletcher Avenue to the northern residential properties. The proposed multifamily affordable housing and office, community space, and retail uses would provide a complementary mix of uses that fits with the surrounding area, the intensity of the nearby zoning districts, and would be consistent with policy 25.3. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approves the waiver for commercial locational criteria. And then lastly, the University Area Community Plan encourages a variety of land use options, mixed-use developments, and the creation of pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods with compatible mixes of uses and a variety of housing types. The proposed mixed-use development will provide affordable residential and commercial uses that are compatible with the surrounding area. To support walkability, the conditions of approval will state that the proposed development will provide sidewalks on North 20th Street and 136th Avenue East. In addition, the proposed rezoning will place parking to the side and rear of the buildings and is requesting to reduce the number of parking spaces due to the close proximity to the Hart Route number 33. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. All right, at this point, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support. Is there anyone in favor of this application? Seeing no one in the room, anyone online? No? All right, and then we'll turn, anyone would like to speak in opposition to this request? Seeing no one in the room, no one online. All right, Mr. Grady, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Hartley, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like.
I just wanted to mention we did receive 2 phone calls regarding this project, neither for nor against, just inquiries, wanted to know more about the project. And I do want to thank the Planning Commission and Development Services staff for working with us on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. So we'll close rezoning PD 22-0083, and I'll turn the hearing back over to Hearing Master Hartley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. So please call the next case.
The next item then is agenda item B1, rezoning PD 21-0745. The applicant is Bricklemeyer Law Group. This was a remanded case. Tim Lampkin will provide staff a recommendation under presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. Ms. Hadley, I told you back in January we would be back with something that was supported, and I think I've delivered. Clayton Bricklemeyer, 4427 West Kennedy, Bricklemeyer Law Group, representing the applicant. I don't want to be duplicative of Mr. Lampkin's presentation, so I will let him do his thing. I will tell you that we really appreciate staff. We worked really hard, particularly on condition 6, to get this to where everyone agreed that it's compatible. And we are happy with the conditions you have. There is one Scrivener's error that Tim is going to correct, but other than that, I would ask you for your recommendation of approval, and we're available for questions.
All right, thank you. Can you point me to that Scrivener's error?
It's going to be in
condition 4 of
Okay.
4.1.
Okay, thank you. I'll look at it. All right, Development Services.
Hello, Tim Lampkin again, and let me application. So this application is approximately, This application is located off of US 41. To the north of the site is a gas station with restaurants and other commercial uses continuing northward up to Sunset Lane. West across 41 is the PD location of a mobile home park with a church located further to the south. To the southwest of the proposed development is more commercial development, including therapy and massage establishments. To the immediate south and to the east of the subject site is zoned ASC1 with a single family residential on the parcel. Directly south of the site is a approximately 5.09 acre property developed with a single family home, and directly east of the subject site there are 2 folios. It's also developed with a single family home, and we'll talk a little bit about that quickly later. That was one of the reasons for the remand. It had to do with the applicant wanted to create more compatibility with the residential immediately to the east. The future land use is NMU4. The property is located in the rural service area. Typical uses are suburban scale, neighborhood commercial, office, multi-purpose, clustered residential, and mixed-use projects. To the north of the site is a gas station with restaurants and other commercial uses. And again, you can see a little more of a close-up to the east is ASC 1 and a single family home. This is the site plan. What's being called out, a couple things. The applicant is proposing a 20-foot buffer with type B screening. Additionally, on the east and the south, this is code compliant. They're also proposing to have a waiver of the 2-for-1 with staff supports, although they are proposing a 30-foot setback from the property, so they should not have an issue with meeting that requirement, but they're concerned with architectural elements possibly going above into the 30 feet above the ground, 20 feet up. So staff identified compatibility concerns associated with the original request pertaining to the properties to the east and the south. More specifically, the building length and massing in the original application along the eastern boundary. The applicant amended the original building length to, this is in the conditions of, if approved, to 100 feet, and the individual boat RV storage structures to a maximum of 4,000 square feet along the east side, adjacent to folio 14001.011 and 13999.0000. And this is to the east and the south. Now there are additional architectural elements that are being proposed. For example, let's see, condition 6 has that the subject property is in the Lutz rural area and needs to be in compliance. What staff did is took those Lutz regulations that normally would not apply at this location against the along the eastern boundary, and applied those conditions with slight modifications to create more of a form-based development that would appear residential. Things like faux windows, design features, at least one design feature every 50 feet. And that sort of thing. And based upon the above considerations, staff finds the request supportable if the site design now adequately demonstrates a compatible transition of uses within the area through the form-based design standards found in the condition of approval. The request encompasses design and sign limitations that are compatible with the existing rural development. Development service staff, along with input from others and the Planning Commission met extensively and crafted the conditions to bring it into compatibility and approvability. That concludes staff's presentation, unless there are any questions.
No questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Lampkin. All right, Planning Commission.
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the neighborhood mixed use 4 future land use category. The site is in the rural area, and it is also located within the limits of the Lutz community plan. For future land use element objective 4, the intent of the rural area is to provide areas for large lot, low density rural residential or agricultural uses. Future land use element policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 require new development to be compatible with surrounding land uses. Light commercial and vacant lots are located to the south, north, and west. In addition, to the north are public communications and light industrial uses. Immediately adjacent to the site on the east and south are single-family residential lots. According to adopted policy direction, established neighborhoods should be protected by restricting incompatible land uses through locational criteria for the placement of non-residential uses, as well as limiting commercial development in residential land use categories to a neighborhood scale. This subject site does meet commercial locational criteria per the direction under future land use element objective 22, and the closest qualifying intersection is south of the site at Crystal Lake Road and US Highway 41. 75% of the site is located within the 900-foot distance of the qualifying intersection, and therefore the site does meet commercial locational criteria. The eastern portion of the planned development is proposing an intensity of 63,711 square feet of enclosed RV and boat storage adjacent to single-family residential uses. Per adopted policy direction, new development must demonstrate the gradual transition of intensities between different land uses using professional site planning, buffering and screening techniques, and the control of specific land uses. Development and redevelopment are also required to be integrated with adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses, the creation of complementary uses, or the mitigation of adverse impacts. Future land use element policy 16.5 requires development of higher intensity non-residential land uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods to be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations that are external to established or developing neighborhoods. The proposed development would permit a transition east from commercial neighborhood uses that are fronting US Highway 41 to enclosed RV boat storage, a commercial general use, to single-family residential. The proposed development would not provide a gradual transition of uses between the proposed CG use and the existing single-family residential. Due to this lack of gradual transition of uses, the applicant is proposed to utilize site planning and mitigation techniques to better mitigate for the adjacent single-family residential lots. The applicant has proposed a 20-foot buffer with type B screening for the south and the east and a 15-foot buffer for the west. The applicant has agreed to adhere to all of the Lutz Rural Development Standards of the Land Development Code, and in addition, Planning Commission staff, in conjunction with Development Services, has crafted conditions of approval that provide a specific set of form, design, and architectural requirements to regulate the building elevations, size, orientation, appearance, and scale to reflect the surrounding rural residential aesthetic. The applicant has also agreed to limit the size of the buildings on the east side and south side to be a maximum of 4,000 square feet in size and 100 feet and no more than 100 feet in length. The applicant has also agreed to several design requirements for the buildings on the easternmost side of the site. The conditions of approval are essential to this project being supported as they provide a building form, scale, and design that complements the existing rural residential landscape and also helps to provide for a transition of uses from commercial neighborhood to single-family residential. The proposal, along with the proposed conditions, would protect the existing established neighborhoods to the east and would meet the intent of Objective 16 and 4 of the future land use element with regard to compatibility. The proposal must adhere to the conditions of approval to be found consistent. Without these specific conditions, the intensity and scale of the RV and boat storage on the eastern parcel would not be complementary with the large lot, low density rural residential development pattern that is representative of the properties that do not front Highway 41. These conditions also provide a guaranteed standard that the development will be built to comply with comprehensive plan policies. The applicant at the time of this report at the report writing had agreed to all the conditions of approval, and based on this, Planning Commission staff are finding the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The subject site is also located within the Lutz community plan boundary, and the Lutz community plan establishes certain commercial nodes and encourages commercial development within these areas. A portion of the subject property is located along US Highway 41 and is between Crystal Lake Road and Sunset Lane and the Highway 41 intersections. The parcels along US 41 from Crystal Lake Road to Sunset Road are identified as a commercial node in the Lutz community plan. Consequently, the front parcels of the site do meet the vision of the community plan. However, the eastern parcel is not located along Highway 41. The Lutz community desires to retain existing and encourage new commercial uses geared to serving the daily needs of area residents in a scale and design that complements the character of the community. As previously stated, the proposed development conditions of approval ensure an intensity and scale that would be compatible with the large lot, low density rural development pattern and the existing adjacent single-family residential uses. Consequently, the request is consistent with the vision of the Lutz community plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, and that will be subject to the conditions as proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Leonhard, just to clarify, I believe the Planning Commission's report did say a 15-foot buffer for the west And that has been corrected to a 10-foot buffer to the west.
Thank you. Duly noted.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. We'll go to the public. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Do not see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not see anyone. Development Services, did you have anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. And applicant, did you have anything further? Okay. All right, this will close the hearing then on PD 21-0745.
The next item is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 22-0295. The applicant is Francis Murray IV. The request is rezoned from AR and CG to CG. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. Roy Weiner, 635 West Lumsden. I have nothing to add to the staff report. It's approvable, consistent with the comprehensive plan. And my client here, Mr. Murray, just to answer any questions if any come up.
All right, thank you. Please be sure and sign in with the clerk's office. All right, we'll go to Development Services then.
Ms. you're muted.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request for application 22-0295. The property is requesting to rezone from an existing AR, agricultural rural, and commercial general CG to all CG zoning district. The proposed zoning for CG permits commercial office and personal services development on lots containing a minimum of 10,000 square feet. The property associated with 22-0295 has a future land use designation of CMU 12. Approximately 0.38 acres is agricultural as of current, and 0.23 is commercial. So altogether, the property is 0.61 acres with the proposed commercial of 0.27 FAR, which will take it to 7,174 square feet. The site is located in an area comprised of light industrial, mixed, and commercial uses and rural agricultural. The subject site is surrounded by properties with a CMU 12 category to the west and Res 1 category to the west and north. The CMU 12 category has the potential to permit light industrial, commercial, and office and multi-purpose uses. The adjacent properties are zoned PDC 87-0121 and CG to the east, CG to the south, and Interstate 4 I-4, and an easement to the west and north. The site is located within Hillsborough County Urban Service Area. Therefore, the subject property would be served by the Urban Service Area potable water and wastewater. Based on the size of the subject property in relations to other adjacent commercial uses would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern of the commercial uses and zoning district in the area. Based on the above consideration, staff finds the proposed CG zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning district and development pattern. Staff finds the request approvable. I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. It is in the Urban Service Area, and it is also located within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The subject site is located in the Urban Service Area where, according to Objective 1 of the Future Land Use Element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. The proposed request is consistent with this policy direction. Policy 1.4 requires that all new developments be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of the existing development. The subject site currently has a split zoning of AS1 on the north and commercial general on the south, and the applicant is proposing to rezone the subject site for CG uses to allow for the continuous commercial purposes. As the site already includes a CG zoning district, it is compatible with the existing character of development in the area. There are more intense light industrial uses directly to the south towards the intersection of East Hillsborough Avenue and Eureka Springs Road. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies as listed under Objective 16 in the future land use element. The development pattern of the surrounding area has a concentration of the most intense uses toward East Hillsborough Avenue and Eureka Springs Road intersection, and then transitions to a lower intensity uses further up along Eureka Springs Road. A rezoning to CG would reflect a development pattern that is in keeping with the existing development pattern by acting as a natural buffer between the higher intensity land use categories to the south and the public institutional and residential uses that are located to the north across Interstate 4. The subject site meets the intent of the economic development goals and strategies of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The community plan seeks to preserve and protect industrial and employment uses within East Lake Orient Park. A rezoning to CG would facilitate this goal, especially in an area where the development pattern currently consists of industrial and commercial uses. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Sir, are you here to speak in support?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I'm the owner.
Okay, would you like to please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, it's Francis Murray, 5218 Eureka Springs Road.
Okay.
So basically, I also own the property that borders to the south, some commercial buildings, multi-tenant commercial buildings, and the land usage behind it is zoned agricultural with the intent initially to use it as overflow parking, and then down the road build some more multi-tenant buildings. Just north of the property, it borders I-4 to the north, so it really has no other significance other than for something like this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please be sure to sign in with the clerk. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Do not see anyone. All right, Development Services, do you have anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant, did you have anything further? No. Okay. Then we'll close the hearing then on rezoning 22-0295.
The next item then is agenda item C2 is rezoning standard 22-0604. The applicant is Lee Sue. The request is rezone from residential single family conventional 6 to residential single family conventional 6 with a mobile home overlay. I'll provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Hello?
Cliff Cardwell, 12204 North 12th Street. Quite simply, we were going to move a manufactured home onto the property, which is quite similar to other homes in the area. It compares fairly, it's not favorable, and it definitely is going to be an improvement to the existing structure on the property. So that is basically our case.
Okay. Is that it? Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Please sign in with the clerk here. All right. Development Services.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request is rezone a 1.17 acre parcel from RSC 6, which permits conventional single family homes, to an RSC 6 with a mobile home overlay to allow the additional use of mobile homes on the property. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to residential, the south zone RSC 6 and west zone RDC 12, which permits duplex units as well as single family attached in RSC 6. To the north across 19th Avenue South is single family residential zone RSC 6. To the east is single-family residential zone RC6 mobile home overlay. The subject property is designated Res 9 on the future land use map. All the surrounding uses are similar to the requests in the area. Neighboring property directly to the east across 48th Street also includes mobile home overlays. So there's numerous parcels in the area that also include the mobile home overlay. Therefore, based on the surrounding development pattern, staff does find the request consistent with that existing zoning pattern and does find the request approval and available for any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grady. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 9 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The applicant's request to rezone the subject site is consistent with the residential 9 future land use category. The intent of this category is to designate areas that are suitable for low to medium density residential development. Policy 1.4 of the future land use element encourages compatibility with the surrounding uses in the neighborhood. The applicant's request is compatible with the development pattern within this area. There are 6 mobile home overlays within the proximity to this site. To the north and west are existing mobile homes, and the property to the east is the nearest mobile home overlay. Future land use element policy 20.3 states that manufactured housing should be recognized as a viable means to provide affordable housing. The proposed rezoning request is consistent with this policy direction. The applicant's request also aligns with the vision of the community plan. The subject site is located within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan, which encourages the availability of affordable and attainable privately owned housing stock that is safe, decent, and community compatible. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Don't hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, please.
My name is Sandor Gaspar. I reside at 1908 South 47th Street. I am the neighbor of the property that is applying for this zoning change. My only concern is, if I understood it right, we're talking about 6 new units, right? A division and putting up 6 units, which would.
That depends on the density of the, Mr. Grady? The density of the.
Again, the request, the current zoning is RSC 6, which permits a minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet. This request does not change that minimum lot size requirement. It's still RSC 6. What it's doing is adding the ability for those lots to have mobile homes in addition to site-built conventional homes.
The only reason why I'm concerned because immediately to my left of my property, a new construction was just completed. They just moved in. Based on the flood zone area that we are in, the established finished floor living space elevation is about 4 feet some inches, 4 feet 3 inches above the natural grade. Okay, so in order to achieve this elevation, usually the truckloads of dirt fill is dumped on the property, which had happened to my left, and I assume it's going to happen behind me, which going to mean that my property going to be like a catch basin, okay? And also, based on the rule, if I understand the rule correctly, there is a rule, a development rule for 4.0.2.3 that actually restricts any development without a city septic system. In an area we have septic systems, okay? So if all the areas to my left, which currently had been raised about 4 feet, the 80%, 70 to 80% of the property to my left, the finished grade had been raised 80%. I mean, 4 feet The highest point is 4 feet. The lowest point of that property currently is 1 foot above my natural finish grade. Okay. And the same thing going to happen behind me. Okay. If these changes, zoning changes going to take place and new construction is going to go in with new septic systems with 10, 15, 20 truckloads of fill to achieve the new elevation requirements based on the code. So that's my worry, that my septic system, which is on grade, gonna fail. Just 3 days ago, we had a considerable rain, and I had about 6 inches of water in the back of my property, right over my leach field, as is. Now, if the property behind me, the elevation, the finished grade elevation, going to be raised better than 4 feet to what it is currently, you know, obviously the water gonna, some of the water or a good portion of the water gonna be drained to my property. And the adjacent property, who was even built earlier than my residence, the code at that time allowed to build a building right on the grade. So that individual right next to me, which is also the back of that property, is a neighbor of the applicant's property. He's on the grade completely. So, you know, that's the worry. But again, I wish you could help me out or make me understand what the rule 4.0.203 actually, how does it apply to this case? Because I'm under this understanding that rule, development rule, not allow to develop a property without a septic, without a city septic, without the city sewer system.
Okay. I understand your concerns. This is simply a rezoning. So
I can, when he's finished, I can speak to this issue.
All right. Mr. Grady will speak to those issues then.
All right.
Is there anything additional you want to add?
That's my only concern.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
That's it. Sir, if you sign in, then I'll.
Yeah, please sign in. All right. We'll go back to development services then.
I was wondering if there's any other persons.
Oh, in opposition. Is there anyone here, anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone online or anyone here? Okay, don't see anyone.
The issue I think he's referring to is the property is in the urban service area. And it's, given that it isn't in the urban service area, a new subdivision will be required to connect to public water and sewer. Therefore, if public water and sewer is not available to the area, then no further subdivision of the property will be permitted. So I think that's what he's referenced to, that area in the section of the code, section 4, that deals with connection to public water and sewer. So therefore, again, if public water and sewer is not available, public sewer is not available to the site, no further subdivision of the parcel will be permitted. Basically, they would be only being developed one home on the property without connection to the sewer.
Mr. Gaspar, did you hear that? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so basically that rule actually is on my side, meaning it will hopefully prevent a nightmarish scenario that my leach field is going to be, underwater in a rainy season, which is a good portion of the year.
Well, okay. That's it then. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Applicant, did you have anything further? All right. That will close then the hearing on.
He's coming up.
Oh, is he coming? Thank you.
Okay, according to our drawing that we turned in, the home would actually not be behind his property, but behind his neighbor's property. It'd be down from him, and the drain field would be away from him also. So, and there would be just that one home there. So,
Okay. One home, you're not subdividing.
at this point,
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. That will close in the hearing on rezoning 22-0604.
The next item is agenda item C4, rezoning standard 22-0812. The request is rezoned from AS1 and AR to RSC2. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, hearing officer. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. This request comes before you with both staffs in support. We've not seen or heard any opposition up till this evening. The request is from the existing rural agricultural single family AS1 to single family residential RSC2 zoning district. Zoning staff will tell you that the surrounding uses include planned development for single family with lot sizes and range from 5,000 to 10,000 square feet. Properties to the north, east, and west are within the Res 2 future land use category. They indicate that in the area, this would be a pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern in the residential area. The Planning Commission finds the site as consistent. They note that overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies. They note objective 16. They note policy 9.1, 8.1, all support this request in regard to the standard zoning standard district that's requested and its compatibility in the immediate area. With that, I'll leave you with that. If there's any questions or any other comments, we'll be happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pressman.
Thank you.
Mr. Pressman.
Mr. Pressman. Thank you. All right. Development Services.
Good evening again. Isis Brown, Hillsborough County Development Services, reporting for 22-0812 standard rezone. The request is to rezone from AR, agricultural rural, and agricultural single family residential AS1 to the proposed zoning district, single family residential conventional 2, single family residential conventional 2, developments permits lot sizes of a minimum of 21,520 square feet. The current acreage of the property is 4.2 acres, of which approximately 2.31 is zoned AR and 1.89 is zoned AS1. The current density on the AR portion is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, and the AS portion is 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. With the proposed zoning district of RSC2, it will be 1 dwelling unit per 0.5 acres, or 21,780 square feet. Mathematical maximum will allow approximately 8 dwelling units, give or take, minus road, stormwater, and other improvements. The site is located in an area comprised of agricultural and single-family residential uses. The surrounding uses include a planned development for single-family residential lots, ranging in areas from 5,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet. The adjacent properties are zoned PD 07-1130 to the north and west, AR to the east, and Dolman Road is to the south of the subject property. The properties to the north, east, and west of the subject site are within the Res 2 future land use categories, which has the potential to permit low density residential, suburban scale neighborhood commercial office uses, and multi-use projects. The subject site is located within the urban service area and would be required to connect to potable water and wastewater system. Based on the site and the size and depth of the subject parcel in relation to adjacent residential uses in the area, it would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern of residential uses in the zoning district area. Based on the above consideration, staff finds the proposed RSC2 zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning district and development patterns in the area. Staff finds the request approvable, and I am available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brown. Planning Commission, please.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 2 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The subject property is in a unique location between an existing suburban residential community and the rural area boundary to the east. The area typical housing type is mostly townhouse and single family. Lot sizes in the area range between 5,000 and 10,000 square feet. The applicant is requesting residential single-family conventional 2 zoning, which is consistent with the development expected in the residential 2 future land use category. Future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies require development to be integrated through the use of complementary land uses and also be compatible with the development pattern found in the surrounding area. Goal 12 and objective 12-1 of the community design component in the future land use element requires new development to recognize the existing community and be designed to relate to and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. The subject site will be developed with residential units that will be compatible with the surrounding uses. To the north of the property is a stormwater pond. To the south is Dorman Road, which is a 2-lane county collector. To the west is a planned development, and to the east is agricultural land and a large easement owned by TECO. The proposed residential use is consistent with the character of the area and the surrounding development pattern. Lastly, per the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan, housing opportunities for all income groups should be maintained. The applicant is proposing a residential use which would support that vision. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, don't see anyone. All right, Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant, anything further?
Thank you.
All right, this will close then the hearing on 22-0812.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 20-01142. The request is rezoned from RSC 6 mobile home overlay AR and ASC 1 to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Madam Zoning Hearing Master. My name is Tu Mai of HT Mai Inc. Address is 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant, Mr. Rigoberto Reyes Jr. He's also online and will speak after my presentation. The subject property is located between South 66th Street and South 70th Street and south of Chatham Road. The applicant, Mr. Reyes, is requesting to rezone 4 parcels from RSC 6 mobile home overlay, R4 and ASC 1 to PD. Total land is 16.36 acres. His family owns and operates a small landscaping company. The landscaping company is operated on 6.87 acres, which is folio 048851 on the aerial. The project site is located within an area containing both manufacturing, industrial uses, and residential uses, as you can see on the aerial. Under the county LDC, his landscape business is allowed 25% of the parcel to be used for truck parking and equipment storage on site related to the business. His intent is to rezone all 4 parcels to PD to allow him to continue operating his landscaping business and to allow for open storage and truck parking for his business and the neighbors in the community. The truck parking and commercial equipment storage will be concealed within the western and eastern areas of the project site. The northern portion, which I'm showing up here, will be his single-family residence, which will remain the same. It will be undisturbed. The applicant is also proposing on the southern portion to remain as open area and undisturbed. The applicant is proposing 1 access point on South 66th Street with an emergency access on South 70th Street. A limited purpose vehicular and pedestrian access is proposed for the applicant's use only on Chatham Road. This proposed limited access has a dedicated ingress and egress easement as recorded in OR Book 6283, page 1964. In addition, the applicant is providing a 30-foot wide buffer with Type C screening on all boundaries adjacent to the residentially zoned properties to mitigate any potential impacts and provide an appropriate transition to protect the neighbors. This petition was filed back in August 19, 2019. So during this process, the Planning Commission advised that the future land use amendment to SMU 6 would be more appropriate for his future use. Therefore, we filed a comprehensive plan amendment per Planning Commission's recommendation, along with a PD rezoning to allow the applicant to properly use his land. CPA 21-005 was approved and adopted in ordinance number 21-43. We believe the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area because immediately north and northwest of the subject property is Hillsborough County Central Service Facility, which has a more intense use than the applicant's proposed use, which includes open storage and outside truck parking. Immediately to the west on South 66th Street are 2 large parcels which have a future land use designation of light industrial, and current uses are outdoor storage containers. Further west are predominantly industrial uses such as Eagle Transport Trucking Company, Florida State Fence, and Phoenix Material Recycling Company. Immediately to the east is an outdoor storage facility under PD 05-1947. The light industrial plan in SMU 6 category is located to the east and west of the site and accommodates intense uses for processing, manufacturing, warehouse, and storage of materials. This area over time has transitioned into more intense uses, as I previously indicated. In this exhibit right here, facing west from the subject property, which is folio 048858, we're looking at folio 048853, which has currently truck parking, as well as in this exhibit, we're facing southwest from the subject property, which is folio 04452. Facing west also to that subject property, which has outdoor truck parking. This is a view from the subject property. It's folio 04458 of the adjacent property, which shows truck parking, as well as this view as well. This is just another view from the subject property that shows truck parking. Adjacent to the property, we have outdoor storage parking. Another exhibit shows an adjacent property with large truck parking. This again is another adjacent property with outdoor parking. And then lastly, this adjacent property has semi-truck parking. The Hillsborough Community Economic Development Department has determined that the site is located within the Palm River redevelopment incentives for pilot project area, which encourages offices and industrial development at appropriate locations, which was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. In addition, the subject property is within the Greater Palm River Area Community Plan, which supports the opportunity for business and job growth, as well as supports compatible infill and redevelopment. We believe SMU 6 would still provide the opportunity for residential to be built on the site. We believe the PD request also provides an appropriate transition between the industrial to the west and the residential to the east. Overall, the PD would be comparable to the surrounding development pattern. We received more than 60 letters of support, which we have submitted into the record. To conclude, we concur with development services staff report and respectfully request your recommendation for approval. And Mr. Reyes is online and wishes to speak.
Okay, Ms. Mai.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a right-of-way between the property to the south and the property to the north? Those are separated, aren't they?
You mean this property right here?
The next one up. Okay, isn't there a right-of-way between that property and the property to the north? Those are separated, right? Those parcels? I mean, they're not adjoining, are they?
They're adjoining, yes.
They're adjoining. This is Chatham Road right here, which this parcel would access, that has that limited purpose pedestrian and vehicular proposed access.
Okay, it appears that there's some right-of-way or something between the two parcels. The parcel to the north and the odd-shaped parcel, and the larger one to the south that's sort of almost rectangular. Right.
I don't believe so. We proposed limited access with just for a golf cart and pedestrian interconnectivity between that parcel to the north and the rest of the parcels. And then only one access point on South 66th Street, and then the emergency access on South 70th Street.
Okay. All right, thank you. And
Ms. Mai?
And Mr. Reyes is online?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam of Zoning and Hearing Masters. My name is Rigoberto Reyes. My address is 6636 Avenue South, Florida, 33619. My parents originally came from Cuba. We own a landscaping business since 1990 and use the property for storing materials, mulch, topsoil, parking our equipment such as trucks, small bobcats, small loader, digging machines. I work hard with my dad and family in this business to bring food to the table. During the COVID-19, the landscaping business was slow. We have tried to make some pallets, and some of our family members use our trucks to transport goods, materials, etc., to substitute for income. As you know, the supply chain issues are nationwide, where big trucking companies are short of trucks, chassis, and drivers. Therefore, our family and other minority trucking companies are needed by distributors and suppliers because we are independent members and are close to the port of Tampa. We have become an essential local transport to pick up merchandise from the port of Tampa Bay and bring to local warehouses. We also provide some last mile carriers for national e-commerce. We also help our neighbors and friends with their mom and pop trucking business to use our services to bring food to the table and feed the family while providing some relief to the supply chain issue. We have done everything the county has requested and have complied with all county requirements, including follow the Planning Commission's early recommendations. We ask for your help to approve this project so that we can continue our business to make us independent, help our also. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, Development Services.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. Before I begin, I didn't know if you wanted any more input from our transportation staff in regards to your question about there possibly being an intervening right-of-way.
Yes, I would like that addressed. It does appear to me that there's the two properties don't adjoin.
Correct. It did not show that in our GIS, even though the parcel lines show that. It didn't show anything intervening on GIS, and I think transportation staff is available to provide more information.
All right.
James Ratliff with Transportation Review Section. Are you all?
Oh, are you all able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Sorry about that. Yeah, according to our right-of-way viewer, it did not show up as right-of-way within our inventory. Again, this could have been right-of-way that was vacated. It's not showing up. I'm not sure exactly at what point the property legals and sketches are verified on the front end, but I would certainly say that as to the best of our knowledge at this point, based on the data we have, it does not appear that there's right-of-way there. I will put out feelers to the real estate department and have them look into this issue and see if they can tell anything. Obviously, if it gets to site and it's discovered that there is intervening land there, there would be an issue that I suppose they would have to come back. I would defer to zoning as to how that would be handled at such time. But, again, to the best of our knowledge, our inventory did not indicate that there was right-of-way in that location.
Okay. I guess my question would be, it appears that the PD and the site plan, rezoning is being requested for these four parcels four parcels. And it appears that there's some land between them. We can't rezone land the applicant doesn't own. And it would seem important to take a look at the legal descriptions and make sure we're not rezoning land the applicant doesn't own.
Madam Hearing Officer, their proposed site plan does not show any kind of intervening parcels. So their site plan indicates that it's all under their ownership. Certainly, it's up to the applicant if they want to, how they want to proceed at this point. But if it were determined between now and the board hearing that there was intervening right away, then that would have to be addressed and likely result in a need to amend the plan or remand or seek a vacation of the right away. And right now, like I said, their site plan is not showing any intervening parcels between the two parcels. So, I think it's a question for the applicant how they want to proceed at this point. As Mr. Ratliff said, his review indicates there is no intervening right away, and their site plan is not showing any intervening right away. So we certainly could proceed based on the site plan or record that the applicant submitted, which doesn't show any intervening right away. And if again further research determines that there is, then that would definitely potentially result in needing to remand this to amend the plan accordingly.
Okay.
As staff has indicated, we do not believe that there is any intervening right-of-way. According to the deeds that we've submitted for the parcels, there it does not indicate any intervening right-of-way, as well as the survey that we used for the PD site plan that doesn't show. The only thing that shows, which I've already stated, is the ingress egress easement on Chatham Road that was dedicated.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mine. Back to Development Services, then we'll hear from staff report.
Thank you. Michelle Heinrich again, Development Services. I'll go ahead and share my screen. So again, this is PD 20-1142 tonight, as you heard the applicant state. This is a rezoning request for property zone RSC 6 with a mobile home overlay, AR and ASC 1 to PD. The PD does propose multiple uses, which you heard the applicant describe. Those include open storage for commercial truck parking and equipment storage, soil and mulch storage, firewood production, pallet production, a security residence, a site office, and a property owner's residence. As the applicant stated, this project was subject to a comprehensive plan amendment, which was previously approved, that did provide an SMU 6 future land use across the entire property. It is within the Greater Palm River Community Plan area, and no PD variations are requested. So currently the future land use category is SMU 6. This is a suburban future land use category, and it does consider residential and non-residential uses. And it varies quite greatly. In some of the non-residential goes from suburban scale neighborhood commercial all the way to light industrial and mixed use projects. Under this category, the maximum FAR is 0.25. And as you probably found in your review prior to the hearing, it has been found to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan by Planning Commission staff. In their findings, they state that the site does not meet commercial locational criteria, which is applicable in the SMU 6 future land use category, and they do not support their waiver request. The area is located among a mixture of uses, both manufacturing, industrial type uses, and residential. The, block or corridor between 66th Street and 70th Street right now somewhat serves as a transition between the predominantly manufacturing industrial uses found on the west side and some of the more residential uses found on the east. To the north of the property, both north of Chatham Road and north of the southern area, the property is zone AS1 and contains single-family residential. South of the property is zone RSC 6, which is also developed with single-family residential. To the east, the zonings include ASC1 and AR, and in the ASC1 portion, it is developed with single-family residential, and open storage is found in the AR portion. To the west, the zonings include PD and M, which are currently developed with manufacturing, industrial, and open storage uses. What's shown right here is the proposed site plan for the project, and you can see that the applicant has contained or provided pods which show where the development will occur. In pod A, which is highlighted in the blue color, this will feature the truck parking, commercial equipment storage, and security residence. In the B portion, which is outlined in green, this will contain the soil and mulch storage, firewood operation, and pallet operation. In C, it will contain the owner's residence, and that area is in yellow, and it is almost 2 acres in size. In pod D, that will contain truck parking, commercial equipment, storage, and the site's office. And lastly, in pod E, this is a 5-acre plus parcel, which will be maintained and left as open space. The applicant is providing a 30-foot wide buffer with type C screening along the entire property boundaries, and that does include a 6-foot high masonry wall finished on both sides, as well as tree plantings. The pods do have an additional setback from that buffer to internalize them more away from the property boundaries. All storage piles will be limited to 40 feet in height, which we would note is less than the maximum building height in the M, CG, and CI zoning districts. Access is limited to 66th Street on the western boundary, which is the area of the site most adjacent to the manufacturing type uses. And the applicant has agreed to hours of operation, which include Monday through Friday hours, Saturday hours, and no hours on Sundays and holidays. So at this stage, our recommendation is approval subject to conditions. Development Services Review found that the project is compatible with the surrounding area based on a multitude of factors. Firstly, that the use is internalized on a large parcel. The majority of the project consists of truck parking and commercial equipment storage, which is about 42%. And that is not a use that involves day-long intensive activities, which is found elsewhere around the site. Areas of the truck parking and commercial equipment storage have been placed across from M and open storage uses on either sides of the roadways. The more active uses are centralized and minor in size. They account for only about 14% of the project. They're small scale and use handheld tools. And again, those will be subject to the hours of operation that the applicant has agreed to and will not allow for retail sales. The site will be provided with the 30-foot wide buffer with, I have here type B, but it should be type C screening. And also the open space tract along the southern border, which is slightly over 5 acres in size, 195 feet in width, will provide significant separation to the residential found to the south. And again, only one access point is proposed, which is in the vicinity of other like uses. We would note that given that the full range of proposed uses was provided at the time of the comp plan amendment, was found to be compatible and thus adopted, DSD finds the project is compatible based upon meeting or exceeding all minimum LDC development standards, which are in the code to provide compatibility with surrounding uses. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the property is also located within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The subject property is in a unique area that contains a mixture of residential and intensive non-residential future land use classifications. The development pattern along this portion of 66th Street intensifies west of the site with heavy industrial and light industrial uses. Single-family residential uses are scattered east, north, and south of the site. According to Future Land Use Element Policy 1.4, compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. Per the proposed conditions, the storage of on-site materials can have a height of 40 feet. Given visual impacts on the adjacent single-family residential of the proposed use, it will not integrate well with the surrounding development pattern and would be an intrusion into the residential community, which is in direct conflict with Policy 1.4. Future Land Use Element Policy 17.7 states that new development and redevelopment must mitigate for adverse noise, visual, odor, and vibration impacts created by that development upon all adjacent land uses. Though it was noted by the applicant that the making of the pallets will only consist of on-site drilling to construct the pallets, Planning Commission staff has concerns regarding noise with the operational characteristics of the pallet making in an outdoor environment. An enclosed structure for the proposed use would help to mitigate the effects of that use. The applicant did make a true attempt at mitigating impacts to the adjacent residential by providing buffering and screening, as well as providing open space along the southern boundary of the subject site. However, even with these mitigation efforts in place, the proposed use would likely not be able to achieve the degree of compatibility needed adjacent to residential uses. When requesting non-residential uses, developments are to meet locational criteria or ask for a waiver. Commercial locational criteria is based on the future land use category of the property and the classification of the intersection of roadways as shown on the adopted 2040 Highway Cost Affordable map. In this instance, the closest qualifying intersection is at Madison Avenue and 78th Street, which is over the qualifying distance of 900 feet to the subject property. The applicant has requested a waiver stating that the requested use is an infill project that is not requesting the full intensity and that the proposed uses are comparable to the uses west and north of the proposed site. Considerations involving land use compatibility, adequacy and availability of public services, environmental impacts, adopted service levels of affected roadways, and other policies of the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations would carry more weight than the locational criteria in the approval of a potential commercial use. Commercial locational criteria only designates locations that could be considered, and they in no way guarantee the approval of a particular non-residential use in a certain location. Considering the information presented in this report and the documents submitted by the applicant, the request has been found incompatible with the adjacent land uses. The proposed use would not support the Greater Palm River Community Plan, which promotes compatible infill development. Additionally, the site is within the area designated for residential uses as per the Greater Palm River Community Plan concept map. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this item? All right, don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? All right, don't see anyone. Development Services, anything further?
We've got some further clarification information regarding that right away, looking at historic maps, and Mr. Ratliff can speak to that.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Excuse me, for the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section. I did go back to our old paper zoning maps and took a look at the latest one of those. And this area is labeled as, it's called not open. What exactly that means, I don't know. I would also note, though, that there is just to the north of the site plan of just to the west of Pod C and to the north of Pod D1, there is an area labeled as 30-foot platted right-of-way that extends east of South 66 to the project line, but it does not continue. So at a minimum, I would say the applicant needs to, if this was right of way that was previously platted, that was vacated at a minimum per the Development Review Procedures Manual, we would want to include a condition to something saying to the effect of that prior to certification, they need to show that as vacated on the plan. If it comes back that real estate says, well, no, not open means that we're simply not using it, not that it's been vacated, then they will need to remand back to amend the file to file a right-of-way vacation request and clean up the record, and you know, that's presuming staff is supportive of that right-of-way vacation request, which has not been evaluated if that indeed turns out to be the case.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ratliff.
Certainly.
Is anything further from Development Services?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant? And Ms. Maya, it does appear this is a platted property. And it does appear from the plat, it's an old plat, but that there are, and I don't know if they're alleyways or what, I just pulled it up, but I think that bears looking into.
I mean, it may be prudent to continue it to the July hearing just to explore this to make sure everything's correct.
But to check with
Yeah,
real
because
estate,
otherwise,
you mean?
yeah, because otherwise, if we determine there was issues with the right of way. Yeah, we're looking at remanding it back at, once you go to the board hearing. So it's probably the more prudent thing to do is I would say continue it to the July hearing just so we can look at that issue and make sure based on your deeds and the historic record that there is no right of way there, or we know what the right of way is. So the site plan can correctly reflect that. Yeah. So I think that's probably the prudent thing to do at this point. So if you agree with that, then we can continue the July hearing.
Yes, we're agreeable.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so the applicant's requesting to continue to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So this is PD 20-1142 is being continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing. At this time, I think we should take just a 5-minute comfort break. So we're going to break for 5 minutes and we'll be right back. We're reconvening. Please take your seats. All right, this is the June 13th, 2022 zoning hearing, and we're reconvening, so please take your seats. Mr. Grady, you had something?
Yes, during the break was having a conversation with the applicant for agenda item D7, which is rezoning PD 22-0. Is it what? Which one? Hold on a second. 220442 regarding need to clarify their use request. In discussion with them, I think they've decided they want to request a continuance of the July 25th ZHM hearing. I think if they can just briefly get up and make that request.
Okay, would the applicant like to come forward? This is rezoning PD 22-0442.
Thank you. Good evening, Isabel Albert with HAP Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive. Yes, as the more we looked at the reports and everything, we were starting to think that we need to have additional conversation with staff because we think there was a misunderstanding in some of the request. And we wanted to make the record clear so that we're all on the same page. And then request continues to the next hearing, please.
Okay, all right. Let me just see if there's anyone here to speak on this item.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support or in opposition to the continuance of rezoning PD 22-0442? All right, I do not see anyone. All right, the continuance is granted. PD 22-0442 is continued to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing.
I'll now go back to the next item on the agenda. The next item then is agenda item D3. It's rezoning PD 21-1338. The applicant is David Wright with TSP Companies Incorporated. The request is a rezone from AR to planned development. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, thank you. Applicant?
Good evening. My name is David Wright, president of TSP Companies. Our address is P.O. Box 273-417, Tampa, Florida 33688, and I have been sworn in. Tonight, I'm presenting a request for a rezoning to a planned development for the property located at 16601 Boy Scout Road in the Odessa community of unincorporated Hillsborough County. The request is to rezone the 10-acre subject property from agricultural rural to planned development to allow a public, stable, and single-family home with an accessory dwelling unit. The property is located on the east side of Boy Scout Road at the intersection of Echo Lake Drive and is within the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The future land use designation is agricultural estates, 1 unit per 2.5 acres, and the subject property is in the rural area. The proposed use of a public stable, single-family home, and 700 square foot accessory dwelling unit are all existing uses on the property and are permitted uses under the current AR zoning. The current uses have existed on the property since 1989. However, the PD zoning is requested to correct a code enforcement violation requiring a site plan for a public stable. We noticed the surrounding property owners, and I have received numerous calls from citizens expressing concern that the property could be developed by a home builder. This request actually seeks to preserve the existing agricultural uses on the property and would prevent the property from being developed as single-family subdivision unless a separate rezoning application is filed at some time in the future. We presented the request to the Keystone Odessa Civic Association, and there are 2 letters of support in the record, including one from Mrs. Barbara Adderhold. This application has been thoroughly reviewed by Planning Commission staff and found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and by Development Services staff with the finding of approvable with conditions. We are in agreement with the conditions, and I respectfully request your recommendation of approval, and I'm here for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wright. All right, Development Services.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request is to rezone the 10-acre parcel from agricultural rural to the pros planned development zoning district to allow a public stable, a single-family home, and accessory dwelling. The site is located on Boy Scout Road at the intersection of Echo Lake Drive and Boy Scout Road. The site is adjacent to property zone ASC1 to the north and east, PD to the west, developed with residential and vacant AR to the south. The site is located within the AE1-2.5 future land use classification is within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. It was found consistent by the Planning Commission. I would note there's a typo in the staff report where we in the compatibility section where we reference Res 2 flu category. So we'll correct that. The proposed use of a public stable, single-family home and 700 square foot accessory dwelling are all presently permitted uses under the current AR zoning district. There are provisions in the land development code regarding development of public stable under the current AR zoning district, which has a size limitation based on acreage and requiring additional square footage of 40,000 square feet for each additional horse over 2. Under that provision of the code, the 10-acre parcel will be permitted a maximum of 10 stalls horses. Therefore, the applicant has requested a labor to this standard, noting the facility has been in operation since the 1990s and is a combination of private and owner horses with grazing rotated throughout different areas on a rotated schedule. Staff confirmed from review of the property's records that the subject stable structure was constructed in 1990. At the time, the regulations governing public stables did not include the subject parcel size standard. The subject size standard appears to be a general compatibility standard, as there are additional standards within that section of the code that require the project to comply with capacity requirements regarding the number of horses permitted on the parcel. Per those requirements, under that requirement, if the size of the parcel could accommodate up to 30 horses over 2 years in age. Therefore, to address compatibility condition, the zoning has been included regulating the number of horses permitted to be outside of the stalls at the same time to a maximum of 15, so as to have outdoor activities at a scale more similar to what could be expected under the regulations in the land development code if this public stable were developed under the current AR zoning. Based on the above these considerations, staff finds the request approval subject to conditions and available for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grady. Planning Commission, please.
Yes, thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use category. The site is in the rural area and also located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria. This criteria is based on the future land use category of the property and the classification of the intersection of roadways as shown on the 2040 Highway Cost Affordable map. Boy Scout Road and Racetrack Road, south of the subject site, is a qualifying intersection, but the proposed development site is not within the required distance from that qualifying intersection, which is 660 feet. The applicant has submitted a waiver request to the commercial locational criteria. The waiver states that the request is based on the compatibility of the proposed commercial agricultural land use with the surrounding area. The site is on the east side of Boy Scout Road, classified as a collector roadway. The waiver states that the proposed plan development site plan is a continuation of the existing use, which has operated as a horse stable since 1990. The waiver also states that the use is primarily open pasture, which will be located adjacent to existing single-family residential and agriculturally zoned development to the north, east, west, and south. The open pasture provides a physical barrier. In addition, an existing stormwater pond provides an additional buffer for the single-family residential properties adjacent to the north of the proposed development. Single-family residential properties are located to the north, east, and west of the site, and south of the site is agricultural land. Further west and east are public institutional lands. The proposed residential and agricultural commercial use would allow for a compatible transition of uses with the surrounding single-family residential, agricultural, and public land uses. The proposed plan development would be complementary to the surrounding area and provide a compatible transition to the agricultural rural zoning and agricultural single-family conventional parcels that are located in the immediate surrounding area. The applicant has proposed several site planning techniques to help mitigate for surrounding land uses. As previously stated, the 24-foot wide commercial driveway will be located on the south side of the site abutting agricultural land. Open pasture land will be located as a buffer to the immediate adjacent single-family properties to the north of the site. In addition, the applicant has proposed a 30-foot scenic corridor on the western portion of the site fronting Boy Scout Road. The subject property will meet land development code standards for minimum buffering and screening requirements. The proposal satisfies the intent of Objective 16 of the future land use element and its accompanying policies with regard to neighborhood protection. The proposed development will be designed in a way that is compatible, with the established character of the surrounding neighborhood. The property is located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. Commercial development that is not located within the Gun Highway and North Mobley Road Rural Activity Center are subject to the community's other commercial standards. The plan requires that the commercial developments be small in scale, geared toward agricultural and equestrian interests, be designed with a rural architectural style, and maintain the rural character of the community. The proposed use is small in scale and will serve the equestrian and agricultural interests of the rural community. The open space and pasture land are in line with the community plan's intent to encourage the preservation of open space and allow for the creation of uses that complement the equestrian character. The applicant has also stated in the narrative that the proposed development will meet the Keystone Odessa's design standards for fences and barriers. In addition, the narrative states that the proposed use will be limited to daytime operations for minimum noise and light impacts. Overall, the proposed site will provide a complementary land use with a rural character that meets the intent of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application?
I believe we have one online.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Janice Manson-Hing, and I'd like to say good evening to the Honorable Zone Hearing Masters and staff. I reside at 16740 Worley Road, and I am speaking on behalf of the Keystone Civic Association today in reference of Distinctive Stables, 1660 Boy Scout Road, Odessa, Florida. The Keystone Civic Association supports the Distinctive Stables efforts to bring their property into a PD to clearly define what are the existing uses: a single-family home, 29-stall stable with boarding, riding lessons, and the sale of horses. The use has been in existence since 1989 and should be allowed to continue. The Keystone Odessa area is home to many equestrian-related activities such as riding, showing, racing, boarding, breeding, in addition to feed and tack equipment. And these are the part of the fabric of our community. Riding through the area, you'll see miniature horses, goats, sheep, donkeys, alpacas, cattle, stables, hays, production, and much beautiful green land and more stables. So Distinctive Stables is Keystone. We ask that you please approve this PD. This is respectfully submitted by the Keystone Board of Directors. Myself, Janice Manson-Hing, I am the Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this application? Okay. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not see anyone. Development Services, anything further?
Just one clarification. I wouldn't think it's with respect to the conditions because the applicants requested clarify the type of uses associated with the stable that were noted in the actually the support from Keystone. So I think it would be appropriate to, within the condition 1 for the public stable, and include those range of uses associated with the public stable that would be permitted. So there's no question and going in the future that they can continue to do those stable related uses regarding riding lessons and sales of horses and stuff, which again are generally allowed as public stable, but I think it'd be prudent just to spell them out so there's no confusion. And so I'll make an amendment in the condition to include those. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grady. Applicant, anything further?
Your mic's muted.
Sorry about that. I do agree with Mr. Grady and I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So this will close the hearing then on PD 21-1338.
The next agenda item then is D5, rezoning PD 22-0319, the Ackman's RMC Property Group. The request is rezone from AR to Plan Development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. The applicant, please.
Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. I'm here today with Tom Abadan. He's our civil engineer, and Mike Yates, our transportation expert. This is a request for property zoned AR to PD to allow 103-unit single-family project. There's a flex of the SMU 6 future land use category proposed to achieve the proposed density from the north of approximately 150 feet. Property to the north is zoned RSC 6 and RSC 9. Staff will tell you that this will permit comparable lot sizes, and the subject site will have a lesser gross density. Properties to the west and south are zoned AR and AS1. And properties to the east are zone CG, AR, AS1, and are separated by Tom Folsom Road right away. The 100-foot flex area would allow 4.4 acres of the site to be calculated at a density of 6 units per acre. The remaining 20.2 acres is calculated at 4 units per acre in Res 4. The flex request provides a maximum of 9 more units to be requested. The Planning Commission notes the site is, or the proposal is consistent. We stated that flex meets the intent of policy 7.3 and 7.4 of the future land use element. It is within a residential future land use category as a residential use and compatible with the surrounding single-family residential dwellings in the area. And further requests or further supports policy 16.3. That's alike and complementary use and is consistent with policy 16.8 and 16.9 in design. Planning Commission will tell you the proposed development meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies of Objective 16, policy 16.2 and 16.3. Proposed density of the residential development provides an appropriate transition, according to the Planning Commission, of the SMU 6 in the north to the Res 4 in the south. And they will note that the proposed development is compatible with the existing family residential uses in the surrounding area. I will make you aware there are 2 improvements. One is a northbound left turn lane into the project site and the addition of a sidewalk from our project to the elementary school to the south to match up with the sidewalk that's there. Now, there is one issue I do want to bring to your attention. I'm going to put this on the overhead if I may. I put the light on here. Oh, there we go. So this being the site, Tom Folsom Road here is an access. You'll note there's an access shown on Boki Lane. And I've had a lot of communication and discussion with residents on Boki Lane, and some of the folks are here. They're very nice folks. We've had some good talks and good communication coordination about it. So let me say that as we put the PD plan together, we were required to show that access point per directed by the Board of County Commissioners to show an access north, south, east, west where you can. We are not desirous nor need to have a connection to Boki Lane, and we're happy to accept a condition or recommendation from yourself and or the Board of County Commissioners that Boki Lane not be a roadway that would have access to the project. And you'll hear from a couple residents who are going to make that request of you, or several who will make that request as well. But I do want to state again that our position on it is that we had to show the access point If we didn't, we would receive all negatives from the staffs. But again, for analysis, it's not needed, not required, and we're happy to be in line with the residents if that's their wish and that's the wish of the county in further review and approvals. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, and Mr. Pressman, just then to clarify, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 other access points. Is that correct?
These are shown as proposed access points.
Oh, proposed. Okay.
Yes, it's real tiny print.
Okay, I see. Okay, no more questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pressman?
All right, development services. Applicant, are you finished with this? Applicant's finished?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, development services. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So again, this is PD application 22-0319. This is a rezoning request for a property that's currently zoned AR to PD. And the purpose of the PD is to allow 103 single-family detached homes. It does involve a flex request of the Res 4 future land use to SMU 6. In total, the site is slightly over 24 acres in size. It is located in the urban service area, the Nonasassa Community Plan area, and there are no PD variations associated with the request. The future land use category, again, is Res 4 with a flex of the SMU 6 future land use category. Both are suburban land use categories and both permit residential and non-residential uses, with the Res 4, of course, allowing 4 units per acre, and that covers 20.2 acres of the site, and the SMU 6 flex, which would allow 6 units per acre over 4.4 acres of the site. The property is located within an area developed with residential uses at various densities, as well as a few commercial uses. Property to the north is zoned PD, RSC 6, and RSC 9, and it is developed with a FDOT stormwater pond and single-family residential. To the south, the properties are zoned AR and AS1. Those are developed with single-family residential and agricultural uses. To the east is property that is zoned CG, AR, and AS1. Those are developed with a youth treatment facility and educational facility, as well as single-family residences. And then lastly, westward is properties zoned PD and AR, and those are developed with warehousing uses and single-family residential. So for the proposed site plan, as noted, it does request a maximum of 103 units. The lot sizes will be 6,000 square foot minimum and 50-foot wide lot minimums. The stormwater and wetlands are located within the northwestern portion of the area. The primary access, as Mr. Pressman noted, will be on Tom Folsom Road. However, cross accesses are provided along the north, south, and west boundaries. After reviewing the application, staff recommendation is approvable subject to conditions, and that is based on the project firstly being compatible with the surrounding area. The development standards are comparable to the adjacent residential zoning districts. The proposed density, which is 4.9 units per acre, is less than the adjacent residential zoning districts, and it is permitted with the flex request, and the proposed use is typically found within the area. The project also complies with the connectivity LDC regulations and comprehensive plan policies to create connected neighborhoods, alleviate travel on arterial roadways, and provide travel routes that reduce time, distance, and infrastructure costs. This was found to be consistent by with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan by Planning Commission staff, and we received no objections from reviewing agencies. Therefore, again, we do recommend support of the application, and I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Thanota-Sassa Community Plan. Objective 1 of the future land use element states that 80% of the growth of the county is to be within the urban service area. The applicant is proposing a residential development of 103 dwelling units within the urban service area. Policy 1.4 of the future land use element states that compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. In this case, the surrounding development pattern in the area is primarily residential. Moreover, introducing uses other than residential in this area would likely present compatibility concerns with the already existing surrounding residential. The applicant is requesting a flex request of 150 feet of the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category from the north. This would allow the applicant to build a maximum of 107 dwelling units. However, they are proposing only 103. The applicant states that the flex request meets the intent of policy 7.3 and 7.4 of the future land use element because it is within a residential future land use category and is a residential use that is compatible to the surrounding single-family residential units in the surrounding area. The applicant states that the request furthers policy 16.3 of the future land use element by providing development that is like and complementary and is consistent with other compatibility policies under Objective 16 in design. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the flex request and finds that it is consistent with the flex criteria per policy 7.3 and 7.4 of the future land use element. The proposed development meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies under Objective 16. Policies 16.2 and 16.3 of the future land use element require the use of site planning techniques and the gradual transition of uses and intensities. The applicant will be providing full connectivity to the north with Boki Lane as well as full access from Tom Folsom Road. Stub outs for future connections will also be provided to the south and west. The proposed density of the residential development provides an appropriate transition from the SMU 6 future land use category to the north and residential 4 to the south. The proposed development will also meet the intent of policy 16.8 and 1610 as comparable densities and various housing types already exist in the surrounding area, which range from 6,000 square foot lots similar to the proposed development all the way to 12,000 square foot lots. The proposed development also meets the intent of Goal 4 of the Thanota-Sassa Community Plan, which seeks to maintain a diversity of housing types and styles within its boundaries and limit the encroachment of commercial uses in residential areas. The proposed use is acceptable in this area as it is between 2 commercially oriented corridors of Fort King Highway and Harding Road and would limit commercial encroachment from either of these 2 corridors into the surrounding residential areas. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, come up to the microphone, please, and we need your name and your address.
My name's Mitch Goligram. I live at 11606 Boki Lane. I emailed a bunch of the petitions in to y'all. Did you get them, or because I have them to?
You're welcome to submit them.
Okay.
If you email them, they're most likely in the record, yes, but you're welcome to submit them tonight.
Okay, and is this on? Or I can turn this on?
It will be in just a moment. Make sure that microphone is on. Oh, I believe it is.
Red light's on, is that?
Yes.
Is it not coming up? the reason I'm trying to show you these pictures are talking about using Boki Lane as an access point. Boki Lane really isn't. It's only 16 foot wide where it comes down. Right here is 301 going northbound, and then you turn off of Fowler. You can see the different. Is that in the right place? There's been 7 accidents.
Sir, can you turn it? Yeah, there you go.
Okay, there's been 7. Wrong way again. There's been 7 accidents since this has all came up. Right here on that corner, you can see that Petrol Mart is on 301, and then coming towards us in the picture, this is Boki Lane right over here where it comes this way around here, and then you turn to the right. It's like a U-turn. And all these access, this kind of shows it. Whoops. Yeah, the right way. Sorry. But this is 301, and this is how you get onto Boki Lane, and it's only a tiny little road. It's not even, the garbage truck has to back down it because it's so narrow. And that's what they were talking about, opening it up. And there's an autistic man that lives at the end of the road. He's been there his whole life, and he walks on the road. He thinks it's home. You know, and I know if they opened this up, it's not going to come with instructions to watch out for Freddie. We've all lived there more than 20 years, except him. And Miss Boki, she's still alive, the namesake of the street. But you can see all the accidents, the guardrails, all the traffic. This was a motorcycle accident right here where there's trucks involved. You can see them up here. And it's just, there's been 7 since this has been brought up. They replace, you can check county records about that guardrail being replaced every other week. There's big holes in it. This is all going on to Boki Lane. You know, and if they make for 103 houses to come onto there, it's a catastrophe waiting to happen. And it's just, I'll let somebody else talk. I know Mr. Richardson's up there. And thank you.
Yes, sir. Are you going to submit those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Just see the clerk right here. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Come forward, please.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Elders. I live at 11504 Boki Lane. I live in the same neighborhood as Mr. Gologram. We know that change is inevitable. That's just going to happen no matter what. What we're asking is we keep Boki Lane off of this development, off this change, because like you said, we have an autistic man who walks this street. We have multiple families who live here, like older folks who use their walkers and they can walk safely. We have children who literally play in the streets because it's safe. Now you have someone that's going to come out of this development and they're going to not know the neighborhood. They're going to be racing down because we've got racers already on 301. We hear them every night. We hear loud boom, boom music going on down the road. So there's constant threat of something going on. And if you put excess traffic on this road, you're endangering the people of the neighborhood. We're a close-knit neighborhood. We know each other very well. I can tell you every person in that neighborhood. I can tell you ethnicity, whatever, religion, everything. But we're a special, close-knit family. I've lived there for 16, 17 years, and I love my community. I love the quiet. I love that a lot of times if we have any trouble, the PD, the police department, they're not really aware of our street until someone calls. It's quiet. And to have this development come up here and then just kind of just zooming through, it's just going to be a catastrophe. You're going to need to put street lamps. You're going to have to expand the road. You have to include sidewalks. You will need to put speed bumps because people will race. It's inevitable. We're just asking, please keep our Boki Lane quiet. Please keep it as our utopia. You know, keep it safe for our older residents to continue to grow old and be safe, to be safe for the autistic gentleman who is in his 40s. He's been living there whole life. He doesn't know anything else. Every time you see him walking down the road, he's got a cup in his hand. He's going to the street, to the petrol mart to get him his Coke. Now you have somebody that's going to come racing down the road. They're not going to care. They're like, ooh, zoom, that's it. I mean, lives and stuff. It's just, we just implore to please keep it off. We have no problem with the development coming. It's going to happen. Just Boki Lane, please. I implore you. Keep it the way we like it, the way we've grown up to be. so that we can see everybody grow old and the children play as safe. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Be sure and sign in with the clerk. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this application, speak in opposition to this application?
I believe we have one online.
Okay.
Yes, am I on?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you asked for those speaking in favor, but I guess you surmised that those were all of my neighbors. Everyone.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sorry. Yeah, my name is Ricky Richardson. My address is 11499 Bokie Lane, Tonotosassa, Florida 33592. My residence abuts the property on the zoning application PD 22-0319. Since my home is adjacent to that proposed development, I have a couple of concerns. The first concern is a matter of privacy for myself. I'm concerned about the proposed setbacks and the type of buffer and screening that the development will provide. I haven't heard those. The second concern is much like the other speakers have mentioned. From my understanding, the developer proposes to have Bokie Lane as a sort of ingress and egress to the development, and we are all very much opposed to that request. There are 10 homes and one business on the street. Bokie Lane cannot support an additional 100 plus residences. 2 cars cannot safe passly on the street. We have to yield to one another when we're coming in and going out. The street measures, I've measured it at 18 feet maximum and 16 and a half feet at some points in the road. In addition to that, the narrowness of the street, there are several other concerns. The pictures showed, I had pictures that I tried to present, but they weren't received in time. At the end of the street, it makes a sharp 90-degree turn. At that turn on one side, there's about a 20-foot drop-off for that water retention area. That guardrail is constantly damaged because of high traffic. As the picture showed, it is damaged currently. It is in disrepair currently from a wreck. Within 30 feet of exiting Bokie Lane, to the left is the intersection of Fowler Avenue and Highway 301 during peak traffic hours. If you're traveling west on Fowler Avenue, the traffic is routinely backed up from the intersection of several hundred yards. You can't get onto that road. Right turns are also hazardous because if you're making a right turn, there's traffic turning off of Highway 301 on the Fowler Avenue. And then as one of the pictures showed, there's a petrol marked gas station across the street. There's large trucks, large vehicles. It adds to the congestion of the road. And so really Bokie Lane is just not constructed to handle any additional traffic. And in closing, I would just like to say that as was mentioned already, we understand that development is inevitable, but there are other options as was presented to you for getting in and out of that proposed development. And they make way more sense than putting the burden of 100 plus additional residences on a street that really was not constructed to handle that kind of volume. And so for that reason, we ask please that Bokie Lane not be considered as an option for thoroughfare into this development. And thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition?
I forgot that on.
Oh, wait till you get to the microphone and
sorry,
give us your name again, please.
I'm Mitch Gologram again, 11606 Bokie Lane. I forgot that on the 24th of March, Channel 8 reported on how many deaths and accidents were at that intersection. And then that's what they're talking about Bokie Lane is part of. I just wanted to make sure it got through there so you know how bad that intersection really is.
Okay.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further unless you have questions.
Applicant?
I would just add that the zone report and future lands report do note that the developed property to immediate north is zoned RSC 6 and RSC 9 and will permit comparable lot sizes, lot width, setbacks, and building heights as to what's existing. And I think, not speaking for the residents in any sense, as I understood the concerns voiced, it was a little bit hard to hear the gentleman online, that the sole concern was the Boki Lane connection, which again, we would be happy to move forward in that direction. Thank you.
Mr. Pressman, as is with the access on Boki Lane, are there improvements required to Boki Lane?
Let me have Mike refer that, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. We are not proposing any improvements to Boyke Lane. We had a discussion with the county on this, and the theory behind the connection to Boyke Lane is for connectivity. Our main access is to Tom Folsom Road. We're designing all of our access to Tom Folsom Road. We've planned for all the project traffic to use Tom Folsom Road. So we did not want to do improvements to Boyke Lane to encourage traffic to use the roadway. So it is intended to be left as is condition, not to encourage traffic to go that way from the project. It is just as a means for a secondary connection for interconnectivity.
And I believe one of the gentlemen online mentioned that there were alternative access points suggested. Are you aware of those?
Alternative access points.
Alternative to Boki Lane.
For the project? Just other than Tom Folsom Road. So
there's no other?
There is no other. There is some potential project to the south, which is why we show the two connection points to the south for future connection. I know there was a pre-app with county staff, so we wanted to make sure that we had the flexibility there, but there is no other project connection. It is just to Tom Folsom Road.
Okay.
And there is an administrative variance for leaving the road as is.
All right, Mr. Yates, thank you. Be sure and sign in with the clerk, please. All right, this will close the hearing then on application 22-0319.
The next item is agenda item D6 is major mod application 22-0416. The app is WWS Contracting LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. The Sandball with the county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Peter Pensa. I'm an AICP certified planner with Avid Group, the planners, engineers, and surveyors for the project, representing the property owner and developer. The site that's before you tonight is a portion of Pod A, which is part of the Boyette Park mixed-use plan development. This property, along with the property to the west of New Elm Valley Loop, is currently entitled for 50,000 square foot of BPU uses plus select CN uses. The kennel that's proposed on the western parcel, that's not part of this application, but came in front of the zoning hearing master several months ago, I believe it was in February, is proposed for 11,000 square foot. So that would leave 39,000 square foot of entitlement remaining for this property or in combination with the other. The 3.07 acre site that's before you tonight is, while we're requesting to retain that same 50,000 square foot of entitlement, the applicant's intent is to develop the property with a less intense project. We're proposing a roughly 6,500 square foot automated car wash tunnel, a 1,600 square foot 3-bay oil change facility, also known in the code as a neighborhood serving auto repair facility, and a 6,000 square foot multi-tenant retail building. The application requests a waiver from the locational criteria. I'll go over that in a second. We are not asking for any other variations from the code as part of this PD. This request is to add two specific uses that are CN uses, but were not part of the previous approved PD plan. One is for the automated car wash. The other is for the neighborhood serving automobile repair facility. We also originally had a request for a drive-through restaurant that was removed during the review process. We are no longer asking for that. We also are asking for an additional access on the Boyette Road, which I'll get into in more detail. Excuse me. The Planning Commission staff is supporting the waiver from the locational criteria, as you'll hear from them when it's their time. I also submitted justification as part of the record. In summary, for the sake of time, I'll just hit the highlights on that. It's consistent with it because it provides for a shared access point for the project. There's cross access with adjoining commercial properties. There's vehicular and pedestrian interconnectivity between the uses within the project and also with the residential neighborhood, which is part of the same mixed-use PUD to the rear. The uses that are proposed are consistent with the BPO and select CN uses. They are not either commercial or intensive commercial uses. And the site is located within an existing established suburban commercial development pattern. There are similar uses located across the street and throughout the corridor. Boyette Road is identified in the county's plans as a arterial road with plans for future expansion to a 6-lane facility. As part of the project, we will be providing a 15-foot scenic roadway buffer along Boyette Road, and we proposed a 20-foot type B enhanced buffer, which would include a 6-foot fence, a 6-foot continuous evergreen hedge, and 10-foot evergreen shade trees as a mitigating measure to protect the neighborhood to the rear. As part of the process, we had a neighborhood meeting by video and phone conference with the neighborhood. I reached out to the Boyette Park CDD Board of Directors, spoke with several of the board members, and then scheduled a meeting using their video conference facilities that they use for their monthly meetings with their residents. We met by video and phone on March 9th in the evening and had a well-attended meeting. As you would normally expect with a lot of projects, there were similar questions you normally would hear. Questions about access, about stormwater, and about potable water demand. The stormwater facility, I'll start with that one. The site was partially included in the master stormwater system for the development when it was built. So part of the stormwater will be handled through the existing stormwater system. There was one parcel that was added to the site later on. That parcel will need to have additional stormwater, so we'll be providing on-site retention for that. Potable water demand, we talked about the concerns that the residents of the area have. You have a letter in the staff report from utilities expressing the issues that the county has in the plan, the plans for future expansion of the potable water system to meet the demand of this part of the county. Part of this project is a automated car wash system. We went into extensive detail with the residents about how that operation works and the benefits of an automated system and how it recycles water and reuses it and uses significantly less water than an individual would use by washing their car at their residence. As part of the meeting, we did provide a copy of our PowerPoint presentations to the residents, and the board recorded the meeting as well and made that available to anyone else in the community that wasn't able to attend. Regarding access, it was suggested during the meeting that the driveway connection, which is existing, a Newell Valley Loop, that it be removed from the project. there's a lot of glare on this, so it's hard to see, but this is Newell Valley Loop. This is the main entrance into the residential development. Constructed as part of that project was a driveway connection located right here to serve this property, the one that we're reviewing tonight, as well as a driveway aligned across from it to serve the 11,000 square foot kennel that's proposed across the street from it. So the residents expressed concern about traffic potentially backing up into Boyette Road during peak use. We obviously were sensitive to that concern as well. We went back to, we being our traffic consultant, went back to the county and discussed that. It was determined that the county was going to require the cross access to continue to exist. Instead, what was proposed was a modification to the median to remove the left-in movement for traffic coming into the site. So that'll be a right in, right out, and left out, so that it can be accessed by the residents, but not from the general public coming into the property. And instead, a right in, right out driveway would be placed central on the property for shared access for the multiple commercial uses within the project. And then as detailed in the staff report, that access would be as certain locational requirements in order to space it from other median openings and driveways within the area. That kind of covers what we covered at the neighborhood meeting. I'd like to wrap it up by saying that we do concur with staff's recommended conditions, but I would like to note that condition number 24 has a reference to the restaurant with drive-through facility. And as I noted, the Planning Commission had a concern about that, as well as the resident. Well, the residents actually didn't have a concern with it other than questions about traffic, but at the request of the Planning Commission, we did remove that use from our request, but it did make it into the conditions because it was part of the traffic study. And so we just wanted to know that we may want to clean that up. Other than that, like I said, we're in support of it, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be sure and sign in with the clerk here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Development Services.
Good evening. I'm trying to share my screen. Is it showing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Sam Ball of Development Services. There will be a corrected staff report to be submitted. The correction is for conditional approval number 1.1. Allowable uses in the Pod A also include a kennel. This request is for a major modification to a plan development 15-0694 to include a car wash and neighborhood service motor vehicle repair as allowable uses within Pod A. The 3.07 acre property is located at the southeast corner of Boyette Road and Newell Valley Loop. It is in the urban service area and the Riverview community planning area. The site is within the residential 4 future land use classification, which allows up to 4 dwellings per gross acre. And even though a 0.25 floor area ratio is the maximum for the allowable non-residential uses in residential 4, PD 15-0694 was approved for up to 50,000 square feet of non-residential gross floor area, which comes out to a 0.22 floor area ratio for Pod A. Typical uses for residential 4 include residential, suburban scale neighborhood, commercial, office uses, and multi-purpose projects. The surrounding area contains a mix of commercial, institutional, and residential uses. A gated community with 424 lots, including single-family, conventional, duplexes, and townhomes, was completed in 2020 and adjoins the property to the south and is also part of PD 15-0694. The PD was modified earlier this year to allow the property on the west side of Newell Valley Loop to be developed for a kennel of up to 11,000 square feet. The property to the west of the PD covers 18.59 acres and is developed for single family use. The property across Boyette Road to the north contains a 12-acre man-made lake. That property to the east is developed for commercial use. Other uses in the area include Riverview High School, freestanding and strip retail, single-family conventional, a religious institution, and vacant commercial property. The proposed modifications are to include a car wash and neighborhood serving motor vehicle repair as allowable uses to Pod A. Pod A is the dark shaded area on the site plan on the left, and the portion of Pod A to be modified is outlined in yellow. The proposed general site plan is on the right. Condition approval number 12 is being changed to require the developer to install an enhanced Type B buffer along the southern boundary of Pod A. The enhanced buffer requires 10-foot tall evergreen shade trees to be placed every 20 feet on center, plus a 6-foot PVC fence and a 6-foot tall evergreen plants with 75% screening opacity. The standard buffer would have allowed shade trees and the PVC fence or a 6-foot tall evergreen plants. Conditions of approval also require a 15-foot scenic roadway buffer along Boyette Road, as well extending the median to restrict access from Newell Valley Loop onto the site, so that traffic from Boyette Road will only be able to enter from Boyette Road. The developer also had to construct a turn lane into the property for eastbound traffic into the site, and the traffic reconfigurations would allow residents to the south end of the property but having to use Boyette Road. Based on the preceding consideration, staff finds the proposed major modification compatible with existing uses, zoning districts, and development patterns in the area. Staff recommends approval of the request subject to conditions. That concludes my report. I'm available for any questions.
Mr. Ball, just so make sure I heard you correctly, you're going to correct or make a correction to condition 1.1 to add a kennel. Is that correct?
Correct. The kennel use was approved earlier, and somehow there was through Scribner's error. It wasn't included in this list when it was updated.
And will you also be amending condition 24 to remove the restaurant with drive-up facilities?
I believe so. I'll have to take a look at it, but I don't have the staff. Let me take a look at.
Okay.
Madam Officer, yes, we can update condition 24 to accurately reflect the proposed uses that are subject to that condition based on prior approvals and this approval.
All right, thank you. All right, Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. This subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The subject property is located in the urban service area where 80% or more of new growth is to be directed per comprehensive plan policy. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1 of the future land use element by providing growth within the urban service area. The intent of the residential 4 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office, multi-purpose, and mixed use projects serving the area may be permitted subject to the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element, as well as applicable development regulations and conforming to established locational criteria for the specific land use requested. The maximum intensity for non-residential development is 0.25 floor area ratio. Pod A is currently approved for 50,000 square feet of business professional office or BPO and commercial neighborhood or CN uses. The eastern portion of Pod A was modified under Major Modification 22-224 and approved for 11,000 square foot dog kennel. The subject property has a proposed FAR of 0.22, which is consistent with the residential 4 future land use category. Per policy 22.2 of the future land use element, the site does not meet commercial locational criteria. To meet commercial locational criteria, at least 75% of the frontage associated with the use must be within the distance specified in the chart of a qualifying intersection in the 2040 cost affordable long-range transportation map. Based upon the policy, the site must be located at least 900 feet from the intersection of Boyette Road and McMullen Road. However, it is located approximately 1,000 feet away. The applicant has submitted a waiver request for review. Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the commercial locational criteria waiver criteria, as the property is part of an overall mixed-use development and was previously approved for up to 50,000 square feet of commercial uses. The proposed request introduces 2 commercial neighborhood uses. The proposed CN uses are considered compatible in this location and consistent with the suburban scale neighborhood trend in this area. Based upon that, Planning Commission staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approve and grant the waiver for commercial locational criteria. The request is consistent with the Riverview Community Plan, as it provides appropriate and compatible buffers and transitions to existing adjacent land uses. The site will provide landscape buffers and other design techniques that will transition the use to the surrounding properties. In addition, the request supports economic development in the area and will provide a neighborhood service. The request is found to support the vision of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, do not see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, don't see anyone. Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Officer?
Yes.
Sorry, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. Just wanted to point out that the way that our review was structured, the fast food was not something that was reviewed. It was not analyzed, and so it is not something that we had concerns about. It is not something we would support. So just to make sure to place that on the record. And then with respect to the connectivity issue as well, again, this project was originally set up as a mixed-use PD. The purpose of planned developments are to foster innovative mixed-use development, and the purpose of a PD is that it be integrated as well. So elimination of that connection is kind of antithetical to what a PD is, and it's not something we would support. It would put additional pressure on Boyette, all of which again was not analyzed. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's all I had.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ratliff.
Thank you.
All right, applicant, anything further?
I don't have anything further unless you have questions for me.
No questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that will close the hearing then on major modification 22-0416.
The next item is agenda item D9, rezoning application RZPD 22-0444, the applicant Spacebox Apollo Beach LLC. The request is rezone from CI to a planned development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, applicant.
Good evening, Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. I have a PowerPoint to be pulled up. Thanks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Safe Box Self Storage, and you can go ahead and move over to the next one. Thanks. Site details located right along North Highway 41. As you can see to the northeast, there is a manufacturing facility, a warehouse. To the southwest, there is a produce wholesaler, mainly agricultural uses. Over to the east, the site is currently vacant. Next slide. The development proposal before you tonight includes a 147,000 square foot mini warehouse facility as the main facility. There are 2 ancillary buildings to the rear of the site, 12,000 square feet, 9,000 square feet. Those are enclosed boat RV storage buildings. We have access to the site up in the north corner. As you can see that dark black arrow, the 2 existing driveways to the site will be closed. There are wetlands on site, but there are no wetland or wetland buffer impacts proposed with the application. Next slide. This is a rendering of the facility. Next slide. Rendering from a different view. Next slide. It's important to note that a lot of the applications that come before you are not compliant with LDC section 61160. We're very proud that we've complied with all of these specific standards for mini warehousing. The boat and RV storage, as mentioned, is fully enclosed. The boat and RV storage is also less than 20% of the main building square footage, so no mini warehousing specific waivers are requested with this application. Next slide. Staff has found this application approvable. Next slide. This is a list of the departments reviewing the application, all finding consistent with the exception of the Planning Commission. Development Services on the front page of the staff report has this listed as not supportable, but as Tim will mention in his report, that is incorrect. Development Services is supporting this application. And I plan to use the rest of the time for my presentation to delve into Planning Commission's inconsistency and state some of our interpretation of the various policies that were cited in their staff report. Next slide. So starting with surrounding compatibility, policy 1.4, I've split into 3 different sections color-coded on the screen that we will go into detail in the following slides. Go to the next one. The first part of policy 1.4 states that compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses near or adjacent to each other in harmony. As mentioned in one of my previous slides, our parcel is located where the yellow star is. Mixed-use warehouse to the northeast, produce wholesaler to the southwest, and agricultural uses covering the east side. It is our view that the self-storage facility would be in harmony with these surrounding uses in the direct vicinity. The second lists some elements affecting compatibility, and I have those broken out into a chart on the slide as well. Height, scale, mass, and bulk. It is our interpretation that a self-storage facility would be in congruence with the surrounding facilities in those terms. Pedestrian or vehicular traffic is very minimal for a self-storage facility. Circulation, access, parking. The access point is proposed off of 41, as is the case with the surrounding developments as well. Landscaping, lighting, noise, odor, as well as architecture will be reviewed during the site civil and architectural building permit process. The third component of policy 1.4 states that compatibility does not mean the same as, and we feel that that's important because although self-storage is not technically classified as an industrial use per the land development code, it is consistent and compatible with the surrounding land uses as well as light industrial as a whole. And that brings me to the next point, that compatibility with the light industrial future land use that was also cited in Planning Commission staff report as policy 8.1. And again, color-coded 2 different sections of policy 8.1 on the screen that I'd like to explain further on the next slides. The first one states, again, some different specific categories. It says building type, residential density, functional use, and the physical composition of the land as it relates to establishing the LI future land use category. So as mentioned, the building type will be very similar to a self-storage facility. It is an upscale, nice quality looking facility, but it is compatible with the industrial type of buildings. Residential density is not applicable in the industrial future land use. The functional use of the property, again, especially with RV and boat storage, self-storage does function a lot as industrial and is often viewed as more of an industrial use or a gray area between commercial and industrial. In the physical composition of the land, this parcel doesn't differentiate from the parcels to the north or to the south. The second part of policy 8.1 states that each category has a range of potentially permissible uses are intended to be illustrative of the character of uses permitted within the land use designation. It's important to note that LDC section 2.02.01 explains industrial districts in extent, and it has the industrial districts are designed primarily to provide for manufacturing, processing, assembly, warehousing, intensive commercial, and other related uses. We feel that a mini warehousing facility is classified as another related use, given its compatibility to warehousing, assembly, processing, manufacturing, the rest of the definitions in the industrial land use category. In addressing commercial locational criteria, our application has requested a waiver to commercial locational criteria. Policies 22.1 and 22.2 apply commercial locational criteria to neighborhood serving commercial uses. Although a self-storage facility can be viewed as a neighborhood serving commercial use, as it is directly implied, the established definition of neighborhood serving commercial use is stated as retail, commercial, and office development serving the daily needs of one or several contiguous neighborhoods. We feel that although some people will use a self-storage facility, their specific unit for a daily use, such as somebody using it for an occupation, which I'll dive into in a second, the majority of people renting out a self-storage unit are not visiting the facility every single day over a consistent timeline. Apollo Beach Community Plan was also addressed in Planning Commission staff report, specifically as it relates to employment in goal number 7. We feel as if employment in the overall community can't be evaluated by a single development, and that the definition of professional and well-paying are very subjective in nature. They cannot be measurable, they're not quantifiable, and if you were to ask a demographic group, varying demographic groups, they probably have different answers of what qualifies professional and well-paying. Various professionals use storage units, as mentioned, to scale up their businesses, so in that front on employment, it's definitely helpful for people like pharmaceutical reps, alcohol distribution, people who need climate controlled storage for their specific products. The design, construction, and maintenance of the overall production of the facility will obviously stem employment in the area, and the management will cultivate job opportunities for time to come throughout the facility. And I'm going to save this slide for my rebuttal, and I will pass it over to staff and check in with clerk.
Thank you. All right, development services.
Hello, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. I'm going to bring up the PowerPoint. All right. The site location is located in Apollo Beach. It's approximately 6.2 acres. It's located on the east side of 41. Oops, sorry. The future land use is light industrial. The property is located in the urban service area. Typical uses include residential, suburban scale, neighborhood, manufacturing, assembly, storage of non-hazardous materials, warehouses, showrooms with retail sales, offices, research, corporate parks, recreational facilities. To the north of the site is a gas station. I'm sorry, wrong slide. To the north of the development is a light industrial use, and to the south is an agricultural industrial use. To the north is a warehouse distribution center, and to the south is an agricultural, it appears to be an agricultural packing facility. West is the CSX, I'm sorry, east is the CSX line and right of way, and beyond the CSX is agricultural property. Across west across 41 is a PD. It's a single family subdivision. Here is, sorry, covering some of the types. Sorry about that. The proposal is for 147,000 square foot, 4-story self-storage facility and an additional 2 buildings comprising 9,000 square feet and 12,000 square feet of enclosed RV and boat storage. The applicant is proposing a 15-foot buffer with type B screening on the north property boundary here, and the 20-foot buffer with type B screening here along the south side. The buffer, staff notes that the buffer on the proposed south PD boundary exceeds the LDC requirement of 6.06.06, which requires only a 15-foot buffer with type B. Development Services also notes that many warehouses are an allowable use in the CG, the CI, and the M zoning districts pursuant to sections 2.02.02 allowable uses in zoning districts. However, the maximum FAR in the CI zoning district is 0.3, whereas the proposed project is requesting a 0.62 FAR. The light industrial zoning district would allow a maximum FAR of 0.75. However, the applicant would then have to comply with the additional 60-foot setback due to the required 2-foot setback, and they are requesting a waiver, which staff finds supportable of the 2-for-1 requirement And the applicant has not requested a variation from the general site development requirements found in parts 6.06.06 buffering and screening requirements. The Planning Commission did find that it does not meet the locational criteria, and that concludes my presentation, unless there are any questions. And the applicant is correct. There was a typo on page 1. It says not supportable. It should be supportable. It came from a different report.
Yeah, I think we have an updated staff report that was distributed. Thank you. All right, Planning Commission, please.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the light industrial future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Apollo Beach Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject site from commercial intensive to a planned development to prevent the development of 147,000 square foot a 4-story self-storage facility with 2 enclosed buildings for RV and boat storage, and that are 9,000 square feet and 12,000 square feet. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of policy 1.4 of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, which is policy direction related to compatibility. Per that policy direction, compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The proposed rezoning would propose a commercial use that is not scaled to the existing character of the surrounding area and does not meet commercial locational criteria. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria as defined under Objective 22 of the future land use element, as it is not located within the required distance from a qualifying intersection node. The nearest qualifying intersection is identified at Mac Miller Road and US Highway 41 and is located at approximately 1,800 linear feet, which is greater than the 900-foot distance as required per policy 22.2. The applicant has requested a waiver to the criteria as permitted by future land use element policy 22.8. The waiver, dated March 29th of this year, states that the proposed use is compatible with the adjacent light industrial uses and that the applicant is proposing an FAR of 0.62 instead of the maximum of 0.75 for greater compatibility. The applicant also contends that although the proposed use is not inherently classified as a manufacturing or industrial use, it is comparable as it includes RV and boat storage. The applicant also contends that as per policy 22.7, the proposed self-storage would serve the daily needs of the residents of the surrounding area where there is apparent demand for such services. In addition, a memorandum submitted by the applicant dated May 24th, 2022, the applicant contends that the intent of Objective 22 and Policy 22.2 is to scale neighborhood serving commercial uses, and that the proposed use is not technically a neighborhood serving use as it does not serve the daily needs of residents due to the frequency of trips generated. The applicant contends that mini warehouse differs from typical neighborhood serving commercial uses and does not typically further a pattern of strip commercial development. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the waiver request and the memorandum and finds the request inconsistent for the following reasons. Self-storage is a commercial general use and subject to commercial locational criteria, regardless of the applicant's interpretation of such uses. The waiver request and the memorandum contradict each other. In one instance, the applicant contends the use will service the daily needs of the residents, and on the other, it will be infrequently visited site that will not service the daily needs of the residents. Moreover, the use is not considered to be residential support use as per the comprehensive plan. Per future land use element policy 17.1, residential support uses include, oh, I'm sorry, I totally just lost my train of thought here. Just one moment. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry about that. Per future land use element policy 17.1, residential support uses include uses like churches, daycares, schools, and mini warehouse is not one of those uses. Therefore, future land use element policy 17.1 does not apply to the proposed mini storage use. Finally, per policy 31.5 of the future land use element, the land development code addresses and limits activities that have potential to contaminate soil and water. Future land use element policy 31.5 is not applicable to the proposed request of mini warehouse in a light industrial future land use category. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the waiver request and recommends that the Board of County Commissioners not grant the applicant a waiver to locational criteria. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of Objective 26 and Policy 26.5 of the future land use element. These seek to restrict non-industrial land uses in industrial future land use categories for securing longer-term economic development. The applicant submitted a memorandum, again dated May 24th of this year, outlining consistency with these policies by stating that many warehouse uses, when coupled with RV and boat parking, are more industrial in nature and not commercial, and can holistically be considered as more akin to industrial uses. The proposed use would intensify a neighborhood serving commercial use that does not meet commercial locational criteria and would generate few employment opportunities in a future land use category that anticipates greater employment opportunities. Moreover, in conversations with economic development staff of Hillsborough County regarding this rezoning, staff concurred that the continued trend of reducing significant job-generating commercial, office, and industrial land available in South County diminishes future opportunities to accommodate job creation for nearby residents and the attendant benefits of having nearby employment in the area. This raises concerns for Planning Commission staff as the area is within the limits of the adopted Apollo Beach Community Plan that has identified a need for greater well-paying employment. The subject site is located in the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan, which defers to the land development pattern preferred by its smaller community plans, which in this case is Apollo Beach. Goal 7 of the Apollo Beach Community Plan seeks to ensure professional and well-paying employment opportunities in the area. By the applicant's own admission, the proposed use would not generate a high number of well-paying employment opportunities, but they would be greater than what currently exists. Planning Commission finds this argument lacking and not in keeping with the long-range vision of the comprehensive plan. Therefore, the proposed use is inconsistent with the vision of the community plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, don't see anyone. Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant?
Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive again. Can you pull up the last slide? Thanks. 3 points I wanted to close out with, just to summarize. So the first being, we understand that we're not meeting commercial locational criteria. We have submitted a waiver request for that. We have both an expansive waiver justification memo as well as a supplemental memo that we had submitted after that, as staff had mentioned, both citing justification for our request. Second item is that staff did find this application overall approvable. The third point is that I have had the pleasure of representing a vast majority of self-storage developers in Hillsborough County and in the region. And the biggest issue that we face as a whole, or self-storage developers face themselves, is neighborhood opposition from abutting residential developments. This site makes sense for self-storage. Conclude with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, this will close the hearing then on rezoning PD 22-0444.
The next item is agenda item D10. This is major mod application 22-0558. The applicant's Prosper Fantarosa Homes LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Tanya Chappelle will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. Ann Pollock with Fletcher Fisher Pollock, 433 Central Avenue in St. Pete. I represent the applicant, Prosper Fontanarosa Homes, LLC. Jay Roberts with Prosper is here tonight to answer any questions you might have. We also have our transportation engineer, Steve Henry. This is a major modification to an existing zoning to complete basically a two-phase project on a 3.12 acre site. 25 townhomes and live work units are currently permitted on the southern half, and this will allow an additional 15 townhomes on the northern half. Give you a little history. The property is located near the corner of Waters Avenue in Manhattan. The surrounding area is a mix of uses, shopping center to the south that fronts on Waters, single-family homes to the north, apartments and vacant land to the west, multi-family apartments and office to the east. The two-parcel property was originally developed for a tennis and recreational facility. It was purchased in 2015, rezoned to allow the 25 townhouses and the live work on the southern parcel, and the northern parcel was kept for recreational uses. The tennis facility ultimately closed. The remainder of the property was sold for development in 2019, but with COVID, development was delayed. The applicant has recently acquired the parcels and is now building the townhouses on phase one. Phase one has been platted, is under construction, and we're here tonight to receive approval for phase two. You can get a good understanding there. Phase one is already platted. Phase two is not in use right now. The property has a comp plan designation of Res 12, which allows 12 units per acre generally, but the comp plan does allow for an increase in density to the next most intense comp plan designation with the provision of a mix of uses in the development. To meet the requirements for the bonus density, the applicant is providing 6 live work units at the entrance to the project. The 6 units equal about 15% of the 40 units, which is beyond the 10% that is generally required to satisfy this requirement. The initial 25 units did receive that bonus density, and it allows a project density of 13.3 acres. With this request, the total density for the project will actually go down to 12.8 units, which is just slightly over the 12 units per acre that's allowed by the Res 12. So although this really is, we feel, just a continuation and completion of this infill project that was approved in 2016. We've made a lot of effort to update the conditions of approval to what staff and the applicant agree are clearer and more and better conditions generally. For instance, rather than just sticking with the existing conditions as really just looking at the work as a home-based business, we've worked diligently with County and Planning Commission staff to ensure that the live work units truly are work units, that there's a true distinction between the live and the work part, and that there's a distinction between the live work units and the standard residential units. So, for instance, they prohibit residential use on the first floor. There's an internal separation between the uses. The work portion can't be converted to residential or used as an ADU. You can't sell or rent the first floor separate from the owner who has the residential part. And several other conditions in there that I'm happy to go into if you are interested, but are listed in the conditions of approval. What we think is key is that the additional density bonus is really doing what its intent was, to bring a mix of uses into this development that might not have otherwise developed in this manner. The Planning Commission report, which you'll hear shortly, it was included and submitted into the record, finds the request for additional density to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, as well as the whole major modification we're requesting. The project design is planned to be contemporary and stylish, and will bring some refreshing development to an area where most of the buildings are in the 80s and 90s, and there hasn't been much new construction in a while. That is the elevations from one side. And this is sort of a rendering from above. You can see the whole development, and clearly it's pretty different from what is there currently, but more modern, more nice. But ultimately, the applicant's goal is to bring middle-income housing stock into this neighborhood to help invest in it, to help the community there, and help the workers who need more housing in the area. So all the parcels surrounding the property are zoned to allow high density residential or commercial. So this infill zoning request is not only consistent with the area, but it's particularly appropriate here. It's confirmed by the Planning Commission as well in their staff report. We're not requesting any other waivers or variances. We are providing the required parking plus additional parking spaces for the commercial users of the live work units. Setbacks are in conformance with phase 1, which is 15 feet on all sides. And we're providing landscaping and buffering in conformance with the county requirements. We've received no objections from any reviewing agencies, including transportation. We are requesting an administrative variance and a design exception. The administrative variance allows a second access, which really makes sense for this development and will ensure efficient and effective circulation. We are requesting a design exception to address some substandard road improvements to be made to Hubert. And these are pretty much in line with what was approved for phase 1. So Hubert will work appropriately. Our transportation engineer, Steve Henry, is here tonight in case you have any questions about that. Both of those, the variance and the design exception, have been deemed approvable by staff. So this project, it's adjacent to low density multifamily to the east and west, some single family to the north, commercial to the south, office in various parts around. There is a lot of mixed use in some of these buildings. So we feel that the approval will allow the applicant to direct growth into the urban service area, to take a defunct spot that hasn't been used for much for quite some time, and meet the intent of the comp plan to provide much needed housing, a mix of uses, and all done in a way that's compatible with the surrounding area. We did receive 2 calls from neighbors. One is representing a neighbor to the east and southeast of the property in support of the project. And the other was from an owner who lives nearby who wants to purchase one of them when they're built. So we assume that means she's supportive. The Planning Commission and the county staff have both deemed the project consistent and approvable, and we hope we can get your recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Development Services.
You can please sign in with me.
All right, Development Services, you ready?
Billy, you're muted.
Tanya, can you hear us? It shows that you're muted. Let me try to unmute you on our end here. Okay, go ahead.
Tanya Chapella, Development Services. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So the next application is application number PD. It's a major modification. It's 220558. Is a modification to plan development. The applicant, Prosper Fontana Rosa Homes LLC, seeks a major mod to allow a 40 townhome units development, including 6 live work units. The site is within future land use classification of Res 12, which allows up to 12 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.5 for non-residential development. Surrounding areas have similar future land uses. The area today is generally consisting of multifamily and single-family residential zoning to the west and east. To the south is a property zone commercial general and is developed with a shopping plaza. The site is currently approved for 25 townhomes, and the proposed modification is to allow 40 townhomes and the 6 live units, live work units that were approved before. So in total, they're proposing to allow 15 additional townhome units to the north of the PD area. So based on the E1-2.5 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses and development standards for the measure modification 220558. Staff finds the request is supportable, and this concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 12 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the property is not located within the limits of a community plan. The request complies with Objective 1 of the future land use element, which requires development to be directed into the urban service area. Objective 8 indicates the maximum density and intensity for the residential 12 future land use category and the criteria for obtaining bonus density through policy 19.3 of the future land use element. Policy 19.3 allows for a density bonus to the next higher land use category when vertically integrating two land uses. The proposed density is for 16 dwelling units to the acre, and the applicant has addressed the bonus density criteria outlined in policy 19.3. Per the applicant, the existing approval allows for a density of 13.3 units per acre with an approved density bonus. The proposed major modification would request an overall density of 12.8 units per acre. The applicant is proposing 6 three-story live-work units that will function as a business and residential dwelling unit. With a bonus to the next highest future land use category of residential 16, the maximum density permitted on site is 49 units and the minimum density is 37 units. The applicant is requesting 40 units and is consistent with policies 1.2 and 7.1 of the future land use element with regard to minimum and maximum densities and intensities. Based upon policy 19.1, at least 10% of the total dwelling units must be for the second vertically integrated use. The 6 live-work units will account for 15% of the total dwelling units and will meet policy 19.1 of the future land use element. The applicant is requesting 6 live-work units, which will be distinct from the other 34 townhomes proposed on site. The distinction is essential to the proposed development being found consistent with policy 19.3, which requires 2 separate land uses. To achieve a density bonus, the applicant will provide 2 separate land uses. To show how the live-work units will differentiate from a traditional home-based business and be compatible with the surrounding community, the applicant has agreed to the conditions of approval that provide a level of detail outlining the characteristics of a live-work unit. Lastly, the applicant has provided floor plans showing the office located on the first floor and residential bedrooms located on the second and third floors. These conditions of approval and the specific floor plans are essential to Planning Commission staff's finding this proposal consistent with the comprehensive plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Do not see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, don't see anyone. Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant? Nothing further. All right, that will close in the hearing on major modification 22-0558.
The next item is agenda item D11, rezoning PD 22-0561. The applicants are Sandra and David Kennedy and Fernando Trejo. The request is rezoned from AS1 to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Truett Gardner, Mrs. Hatley.
Yes.
Hi, how are you? I've shared my screen. I've got a PowerPoint presentation. This is a request to rezone to PD to allow for a convenience store with gas.
Address for the record.
Mr. Gardner, we need you to state your address, please.
Sure, 400 North Ashley Drive.
Thank you.
So yes, again, so this is a request for PD to allow for a convenience store with gas and a car wash facility. And since we have no findings of inconsistency, all findings of consistency, We're not aware of any opposition at all. In fact, a few calls we've gotten have been supportive, and we've got a complete application package. I thought I would just provide some context to this because this is a matter that came before the board before in a somewhat different stance than it is now. And that application was withdrawn about a year and a half ago, December of 2020. And the prior site plan was challenged largely by the size of the site. This site is now increased by an excess of 60%. And that allowed for us to provide much better and safer ingress and egress. There is a residential area to the east of us. We now have a 50-foot setback and enhanced buffer along the east side. The site to the north of us was residential single family, has now been acquired by the county for use as a pumping facility. And the site has been completely reconfigured. And so with that, we've got full findings again of consistency. Michael Yates is our traffic consultant. He is present at the hearing, can answer any questions. And then also Lucas Carlo is our civil engineer and can also answer any questions. And so with that, we'll allow staff to proceed and we can answer any questions after that.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. All right, Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if it allows me to override Mr. Gardner's. We'll find out. No problem. Okay, so again, this is PD 22-0561. And it is a request to rezone property from AS1 to PD, with the proposed uses being a convenience store with gas sales and a car wash. The site is 1.8 acres in size, and it's located at the northeast corner of Balm Riverview Road and Big Bend Road. It is in the RP2 future land use category, but it is not prohibited to seek rezoning under the current moratorium. It is in the rural service area and also in the Riverview Community Plan area, and there are no PD variations associated with the request. Again, the future land use category is RP2, which is a rural land use category. It allows a maximum FAR of 0.25, and it can consider non-residential uses subject to commercial locational criteria. Again, it is located at the signalized intersection of Balm Riverview and Big Bend Roads. Residential and residential support uses are what is found within the area. To the north is Zone AS1, and that is currently a county-owned public use facility associated with water services. To the south, it is currently zoned AS1 and developed with a church. To the east, also AS1, developed with single-family residential, which is located approximately 50 feet from its property boundary. And to the west is PD zoning, and a public school is currently developed at that site. Showing the proposed layout of the project, you'll see that the convenience store is limited to slightly under 5,000 square feet with a gas canopy and a car wash, freestanding separate facility that measures at 918 square feet. And that brings a FAR on the site to less than 0.25, which is a 0.08. The building envelope provides setbacks of 35 feet along the south, north, and west, and 50 along the east. Building heights are limited to 25 feet, 1 story. A 20-foot wide buffer with type B screening is provided along the north. This is not required by the LDC, but is being proposed by the applicant. Also, a 10-foot wide buffer with tree and shrub plantings is provided along the east. Again, that is not required by the LDC, but proposed by the applicant to enhance compatibility with the adjacent residential uses. A right-in, right-out access is permitted on Big Bend Road. another right-in, right-out access on Baum Riverview Road, and a full access on Gordon Road. But we would note that this access is not to be used by commercial trucks or tanker trucks. It will have signage to reinforce that, and also the turning radius will be restricted to not allow turn movements to use that access point. Staff does find the project approvable, subject to conditions, mostly because we found the project to be compatible with the surrounding area. It's below maximum intensity. It is found to be compatible given the compatibility measures provided, such as the setbacks and building height. The project exceeds the requirements for buffering and screening. And also just to note that the Gordon Road access point, it is encouraged by staff to comply with LDC and comprehensive plan policies relative to connecting to public roads, reducing travel distances, and alleviating the use of arterial roadways. And again, as previously stated, that access is limited to the domestic vehicles and residents and visitors to the site, not for the tanker trucks, to reduce any impact to the adjacent residential uses. The use is permissible by the RP2 future land use category and meets locational criteria, and was therefore found consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we did receive no agency objections. I also wanted to note, which either will be passed out to you or already was, there are two proposed condition modifications. Those are found in conditions 2 and conditions 3. And you'll see on there, we did add some wording to the sentences dealing with preserving a grand oak. At the applicant's request, that was clarified to convey that it wasn't required to be preserved. That will be handled and reviewed at site development. But if it is to be preserved, the conditions here give some flexibility to allow for preserving that grand oak. And with that, I have no more comments, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential Plan 2 future land use category. The site is in the rural area and also located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The site is located in the RP2 future land use category, and non-residential uses can be considered in this category and are subject to commercial locational criteria as outlined in Objective 22 of the future land use element. The subject site does meet locational criteria as it is located within 660 feet of the Big Bend Road and Baum Riverview Road qualifying intersection. Typically, having access onto a local road, which is Gordon Road, for a non-residential use would present a compatibility issue and also be inconsistent with policy 16.5 of the future land use element. That policy requires higher intensity non-residential land uses adjacent to established neighborhoods be restricted to collectors and arterials into locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. However, in this unique case, having residents travel an indirect route to use the gas station rather than providing an access point from Gordon Road would prove to be inefficient. The subject site meets the intent of future land use element Objective 16 and its accompanying policies regarding the protection of adjacent land uses through various buffering and mitigation measures. According to policy 1.4, compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. The rezoning application has proposed several mitigation efforts to help protect and seek compatibility with the surrounding residential neighborhood. Not only does the site plan propose enhanced screening and buffering along Gordon Road to mitigate these impacts to the residential lots to the east, the access point onto Gordon Road will not function as the primarily access point. Furthermore, conditions will be in place to restrict larger tanker trucks from using the Gordon Road access, which will further mitigate impacts. A no truck sign will be placed on Gordon Road as well. The Gordon Road access is consistent with Goal 4 of the Riverview Community Plan, which calls for an efficient multimodal transportation system. As per the site plan, there will be a pedestrian connection to accommodate the single-family residential to the east. Also, with the addition of the no truck signage placed on Gordon Road, this will support in the effort of maintaining capacity of low-volume neighborhood roadways. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
Good evening. Mr. Franklin and I need to be sworn in.
All right. Is there anyone else with you who needs to be sworn in?
Just the two of us.
Okay. Okay. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Buddy Harwell, Balm, Florida, here, Vice President of the Balm Civic Association.
Okay.
We asked for your denial on this.
Mr. Harwell, excuse me, please. We need your address, please. Thank you.
P.O. Box 297, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534.
Okay.
One of the main reasons is location of a gas station convenience store right across the street from an elementary school. Just there's a lot of people in the area is concerned. This is just a bad location for it. Do want to point out that you are asking for 3 variances and 2 design exceptions to get this done on 3 substandard roads. The right in, right out on Balm Riverview and Big Bend is going to create the southbound traffic on Balm Riverview and the eastbound traffic on Big Bend to access Gordon Street. I don't know, sign is not going to stop any tanker trucks or anything else. This is going to create 3,600 more trips in the area. They're in a school zone. I want to point out back in 2020, another developer came to the Board of County Commission, asked for a variance as far as the commercial inside a RP node. And this is a narrative of the reasoning, and just want to enter that. So this is an RP2, it's on the boundary, but just wanted to enter that also. That is the approval. This is a sheet that shows crime stats for convenience stores are the 4th most common location for violent crime, and gas stations are 7th. This is about gasoline fires at service stations. I'll enter so you can look at. And here is a letter from the Civic with several other individuals signing it, approving this. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Is there someone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
Hi, my name is James Franklin, 15064 Balm Road, beautiful downtown Balm. The only thing I've got against this place, they're going to sell alcohol. I don't think alcohol should be sold anywhere around a school. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Franklin?
Sir, you need to sign in. Sir, need to sign in with.
Sign in over here with the clerk, please. Thank you. All right, Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further unless you have questions.
I don't believe I do. Applicant, anything further?
Yes, just a couple things based on the objections. First of all, Michael Yates is going to address some of the traffic concerns. Outside of that, what I heard were more general type complaints, nothing specific about this property. And then as it relates to alcohol, that is not a part of this application at all. If that's requested, that would be a separate application. But again, that's not a part of this application, so it should not be considered.
I understand. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Yates.
All right, Mr. Yates.
Hi, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I just want to go through, I know the design exceptions and administrative variances got brought up. one of the administrative variances was for number of driveways. That was to add the additional access to Gordon Road for the connectivity at the request of staff. One of the others was the Gordon Road roadway, which is being improved by the county for the pump station. So that was the administrative variance. We had a design exception for Balm Riverview Road, which was more for adding a median traffic separator in there to prevent a left in or a left out from the driveway, so to make it fully function as a right in, right out. And the other one was for on Big Bend. We are adding a traffic separator in there and providing a multi-use path on the north side. So those are there. They're not as much for deficient roadways, but for more functionality of the roadways. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this will close the hearing on PD 22-0561.
The next item is agenda item D12 is major mod application 22-0569. The applicant's One Source Towers LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Colleen Marshall will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. I'm Matt Tenaya John, 935 Main Street, Suite D1, Safety Harbor, Florida 34695. I'm here today on behalf of One Source Towers 2 LLC and Verizon, and I ask that you please bear with me a moment while your staff brings up my PowerPoint presentation. All right, I come before you today with staff recommendation of approval and Planning Commission findings of consistency for a PD modification to allow a 186-foot tall monopole style communication tower and support facility in the Lake Hutto Northeast PUD. And this to be located in the south center portion of the Lithia Springs storage facility. Street address 5241 Lithia Springs Road, Lithia, Florida. Next slide, please. The parent parcel is zoned PD with a future land use designation of residential 2. It is approximately 15 acres. In all the maps and aerials that I show you today, except for pictometric views, up will be north, unless I state otherwise. This is the zoning map showing the PD, and you can see the parent parcel identified as the purple parcel on this map. This is from your county GIS. Next slide, please. This is the future land use designation, just showing that it is R2. Again, the parent parcel is purple. A monopole, when I discuss a monopole style communication tower, this is allowable on this parcel subject to the major modification process because this is a PUD approved after 2005 and special use review. One Source exceeds all required separations. They are requesting a waiver from the camouflage provision. Ironically, your code would presume a 186-foot tall tree-style communication tower to be compatible with the area, and we're proposing a monopole style to have a little bit less bulk. This PD does have 3 development options vested upon it. One is a storage commercial option, and the 2 other are residential options. It's currently developed under the commercial version, and this would only add the communication tower to the commercial option, not the residential ones. Next slide, please. When I say a monopole style communication tower, I'm discussing a tower like this. It has a simple gray support pole with no guy wires or ironworks extending out from it. It does have external antennas up top that provides adequate space for the antennas and top end equipment. As I said, your code presumes flagpoles, bell towers, clock towers, and tree type towers under 6.11.29.d.4 in the table to be compatible with PD zoning. We do believe that is those camouflages are inappropriate in this instance because a bell tower and a clock tower would look out of place in a storage facility. 186-foot tall tree would add more bulk, and then a flagpole style communication tower has insufficient space at the top end equipment and would cause the equipment to overheat. If you don't believe me, stick your Wi-Fi router in your attic and tell me how long it lasts. The monopole will look like a simple utility structure. Next slide, please. This is an aerial showing the property while it was in development for option 1. The stars added by your GIS, it's not indicative of the monopole's location. The monopole is proposed in the southwest portion of the property as far away from residential as possible while avoiding the wetlands on the property. It's located behind the mini storage facility, which will function as a buffer to the north and the east. There is mature existing canopy throughout. Most of these properties exist underneath or near this canopy, and you can see it extends throughout the area. To the north is the mini storage facility, then Lithia Springs Road, then a parcel zoned for a daycare facility that's currently developed with a house on it. That's on the north side of Lithia Springs. To the south are the wetlands, dense vegetation, and the water treatment plant. To the east are mini storage, mature trees, Lithia Pinecrest Road, and then a fencing contractor and a landscape nursery. To the west are wetlands, mature trees, and a house on the canopy's edge in AR zone property. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is just a pictometric view. Next. Okay, so this is the aerial from the PD plan. And you can see in this plan that there is a circle to the south center of the actual storage facilities. And that is the monopole. Around it is a off-center rectangle. That's the compound space. This will be designed to co-locate up to 4 users, and there is adequate space there. And you see a larger ring around that. That is the fall zone radius. So in the unlikely event of a structural failure, the monopole will not collapse, but rather fold over upon itself and be completely contained in that radius. This technology is nothing new. It's actually been used by the DOT for those very tall lampposts you see along the interstate. We exceed the code requirement of 100% tower height to the west. We actually provide 2.2 times tower height to the property line and exceed it further by spirit if you measure to the residential structure. The monopole, let's see. Next, please. All right, so this aerial is meant to show how we also exceed the spirit of the code in separation of residential uses. Please click next. There will be a series of arrows that should show up. The orange arrow points to the monopole. The green arrow points to the residential house to the north. You have one to the northwest and one to the west. To the north, we are 886 feet away from that house, so 4.8 times tower height. South is 4,236 because of the water treatment plant commercial uses. East, 2,283 to the nearest residential, but more importantly, west, 673 feet or 3.6 times tower height, and northwest, 820 feet, 4.4 times tower height. And again, the objective measure of compatibility is 1 time tower height, and that doesn't account for the canopy in the area. Next slide, please. This is just another sheet showing the layout. Unfortunately, I did not give you a close-up view of the compound, but it is in the record. But this one does show the setbacks, and it also shows the pads if you look very closely. And again, I apologize for not having a close-up. Next, please. This is the elevation sheet. Again, just showing that the tower will be designed for co-location. This will be designed for up to 4 co-locations. Verizon will be the anchor tenant. And then there's 3 additional co-locations that will be made available at market rates. They have OneSource has provided the code required co-location affidavit, making those co-locations available at market rates. And they have sent off letters to the remaining 3 carriers to see if there would be interest. Next slide, please. I'm just going to run through the photo simulations. These are in your staff report. Next slide, please. Sim 1 is Lithia Pinecrest Road looking south, and as you can see, the local canopy prevents visibility. Next slide, please. This is from Lithia Pinecrest looking north, and you can see the storage facility there in the foreground. And you can see at this distance with the canopy, objects in the foreground like that oak tree off to the left is able to completely obstruct the monopole. Next slide, please. This is the view from the west, Lithia Springs Road. And that's showing that when you are close to the canopy, you don't have visibility on the monopole. And next view. Next slide. So this is the view immediately north looking across the street. I apologize for the darkness, but you can see in the foreground, you have the buffer plantings for the storage facility itself. And you can see that at this distance, the monopole scales down within the scale of things like the power lines that are in the foreground. Next slide, please. This is the RF package. Next slide, please. This is for Verizon. They are replacing an existing co-location in the area to expand their coverage and capacity. This is just a summary of those things. I will not go into that there. Next slide, please. And this is the detailed explanation. I will leave that for your review when you're drafting your order. Next slide, please. This is the aerial showing the current coverage in the area. Let's see, please hit next. I think I added arrows to this. Thank you. The purple arrow points to a power line co-location that's currently attempting to serve the area. It has inadequate capacity to serve the area, and you'll also notice that the coverage footprint will expand once we get to the monopole. One thing to keep in mind as well is that these facilities provide E911 service by federal mandate, and when a facility that's on top of a high voltage power line goes out of service, you can't go out there and bring it right back online. It's down until the power company gets around to shutting down the KV line. Next, please. And the orange arrow is the monopole. It is close enough to try to generally replicate the coverage footprint. Thank you. This is the coverage showed after the monopole is brought online, replacing that power line co-location. You can see that the coverage footprint has extended, providing residential and commercial coverage to the south, residential coverage to the east, and of course that additional capacity. Next slide, please. One more, please, just to put that arrow up. Again, the purple arrow is the power line co-location. The orange arrow is the monopole. All right. I would like to bring to the hearing officer's attention that communication towers are like streets in that we fight the same capacity challenges that the county faces. We're always trying to keep up with traffic. And the way that we do that is through adding antennas and top-end equipment. In addition to that coverage footprint expanding, this will be akin to adding more lanes to the road. All right, and your county expert has reviewed the RF package and concurs that this facility is needed. Moving into housekeeping, notice went out on May the 5th, 2022. There is an affidavit on file. Again, you have that co-location offer letters on file. OneSource has received its FAA and HCAA approvals for the monopole. This will be completely dark at night. The monopole is county, you heard the county expert has concurred that the monopole is necessary. And I'd like to bring your attention to the 911 call statistics, which are shown on your screen. In 2018, over 84% of all 911 calls received by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office came from wireless phones. And what that shows is that reliable wireless service is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. I will save you going through the factors. Those are all in my, I know this evening's long in the tooth, so I will not go through that now. I reserve any remaining time for my rebuttal. I do have some pictometric pictures that I will save for rebuttal if necessary. And I know that there is one member of the public who attempted to email some materials, and I will address that on rebuttal as well. I'm available for your questions.
You have about 3 minutes and 40 seconds left that you can add to the rebuttal time then. Thank you.
Please come sign in.
My apologies.
All right, Development Services.
Good evening. I'll share my screen. Be able to see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. What is it?
Now we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Colleen Marshall, Development Services. The request tonight is a major modification to the planned development located in the Boyette area in southern Hillsborough County. PD 160913 was approved in 2016 to allow for 3 development options. The applicant requests the modification of option 1 to allow for the addition of a wireless communication facility with a 186-foot tall monopole tower with external antennas. No changes are proposed to development options 2 or 3. The parcel is located within the urban service area and currently developed in accordance with option 1. PD option 1 allows for self-storage mini warehouse with accessory RV, boat storage, accessory office and manager residence, and BPO and CN uses as listed in PD condition 1.1. The proposed major modification is to add a wireless communication facility use with a 186-foot tall monopole tower with external antennas to option 1 uses. A waiver to the camouflaging requirements of LDC section 61129D3A is requested to allow for the monopole tower with the external antennas. Staff has no objection to the proposed camouflage waiver for the reasons contained in the staff report. No agency objections were received by staff. Staff recommends approval with conditions contained in the staff report. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 2 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The subject site is located on approximately 15 acres at the southwest corner of Lithia Springs Road and Lithia Pinecrest Road. The site is in the urban service area and within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant requests to modify the existing plan development to add a 186-foot monopole communication tower with 2,493 square feet of equipment to development option 1. The proposed monopole communication tower will be placed within the southwestern portion of the site at the rear of the development. Surrounding uses include single-family residential to the north and west, a water treatment plant to the south, and a service yard for a commercial fencing company to the east. The applicant is exceeding all setback and buffer requirements per the Land Development Code, consistent with Policy 9.2 and Objective 46 of the Future Land Use Element and its associated policies. The applicant has requested a waiver to camouflaging. The subject site is located at the border of a rural area where there are low-density residential dwellings and large areas of natural undeveloped land. The monopole design is at the rear of the commercial development and surrounded to the south by a heavily wooded area. Therefore, the proposal is consistent with Objective 16 and its accompanying policies with related to neighborhood protection. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
Good evening. My name is C. Thomas. I live on 5115 Lithia Springs Road, adjacent to the proposed site of construction. We strongly oppose the proposal to install this tower because of different reasons. One of the reasons is that the towers do attract lightning strikes, which is a problem in our county. In Oklahoma study by Kingfield showed that nearly 99.8% of the strikes do occur within 1 kilometer of these towers. And so therefore there's definite chance for hitting human beings and damaging structures and electronic equipment and appliances. So Tampa Bay area used to be the lightning capital, but now only surpassed by Oklahoma. But we certainly do not need any structures that invite further strikes to our neighborhood. Other than the lightning strikes, which is only one concern, there are cell towers communicate through radio frequency waves, and which are, even though they are non-ionizing radiation, These are detrimental effects, need longer periods to become apparent. The International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, has classified radio frequency waves as possibly carcinogenic. In 1990, the federal government stopped funding studies on deleterious effect of cell tower radiation for reasons not clear. The telecommunication industry, of course, is a very rich and powerful industry with billions of lobbying money available. Besides cancer risks, multiple other health risks have been reported, which include sleep disorders, memory loss, learning and cognitive disorders, and reproductive disorders, just to mention a few. And various countries other than the United States have reported detrimental effect to health because of the cell towers. Sometimes some of these effects need decades to become apparent. Therefore, the absence of sufficient data, which is partly because of non-funding of the studies, do not prove that they are safe to have in our neighborhoods. Further, our neighborhood is Lithia Springs Road is a very special place to us, which is surrounded by a lot of development, but our road is a 2-lane road ending about a little over a mile long, ending in a pristine county park, the Lithia Springs Park, which is also a source of spring water for a large area of Hillsborough County. There is only one way in and one way out, and the land that are within that area in neighborhood are all agricultural. There are farms. There are my neighbors with horses on them. This is to us, is a very pristine neighborhood, which we feel that it will be marred by the look of this unsightly tall tower in our neighborhood. And so my neighbors are here. They are also here to express their views on this. So we certainly object strongly to the proposal of building this tower near our property. And I'm one of the property owners nearest to this proposed structure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Be sure and sign in with the clerk right here, please.
Hello, my name is Bill Myers, and I'm Dr. Thomas's neighbor. My address is 5104 Lithia Springs Road, Lithia 33547. Why do we need a tower there? Less than 500 feet away, there's already a cell tower that's in the woods, not next to any residence. This cell tower is going to be next to or adjacent to about 6 residents. And like Dr. Thomas said, our main concerns were health concerns, disrupted sleep, headaches, dizziness, altered reflexes, DNA, cancer, Parkinson. And another very, very, very important is the reduction of property value. Prices in residential neighborhoods, which was published by the Appraisal Journal in 2006, found that buyers would pay as much as 20% less for a property near a cell tower or antenna. And also, there's a school called Newsom High School that has over 2,000 students and teachers that ugly cell tower would be about less than a quarter mile from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right. Don't hear anyone. Development Services, did you have anything further?
Nothing further.
All right. Applicant?
Matt John again, and if we can return to my PowerPoint presentation. I also apologize for failing to include this in my presentation in chief, but we do agree to all of staff's proposed conditions of approval and incorporate those into our application by reference. Just to try to let me see if I've got everything. So starting off with the lightning strikes. if the hearing officer would need some type of expert report, I mean, we could continue this, but this is a issue that has an engineering solution, and I will actually direct you to the public record. There's a building permit that has a recent example of this, HC-BLD-21-0019-888. And I'd specifically like to direct you to sheet E2, which shows something called the grounding ring. As somebody who has worked in communication towers, I've practiced this area of the law for 9 years and been attached to roughly 200 sites in Florida and Georgia. This is standard equipment on every tower, and it takes care of lightning, any surge that extends out from them. Radio frequency, I would like to bring to your attention the Telecom Act of 1996, codified at 47 USC section 332, sub C, sub 7, Romanet 4. And if I may please have the Elmo. Specifically, the language states that no state or local instrumentality may regulate the placement, construction, or modification of a personal wireless facility on the basis of environmental effects or radio frequency emissions, to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. Verizon is a FCC licensed carrier, so they have to be in compliance. So I respectfully submit that any testimony or documents you've received tonight or prior to today is not properly before you as competent substantial evidence to make a decision, nor a basis for a decision to be made this evening. 2-lane road, I would direct you back to the photo simulations, which actually shows a view from Lithia Springs Road, where you can see that is not visible. I'll also direct you back to the aerials that were included in my presentation showing the extensive mature canopy throughout the area. Property values, I would respectfully remind the dais that there was no property value, there was no appraisers brought before you, nor any reports placed into the record. I do know that an email was attempted to be sent earlier today or yesterday that was talking about it. I read through that, and basically it was saying property values drop because of emissions and headaches and the like. That would be like trying to say that I have a blanket at home, right? And it's this beautiful woven thing, right? And it has a design to it. And I could say, well, this blanket isn't the design if I pull enough threads out, but by the time you're done with that, you're left with a pile of string. And I would respectfully submit that article that's been brought in is an RF emissions article masquerading in property value branding. Let me see. And I believe that I have covered everything else. We exceed the code required separations. I will bring your attention back to that for the objective measure of compatibility to these uses. With that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Don't have any for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay. All right, so that will close major modification 22-0569.
The next item is item D13 is rezoning PD 22-0682. The applicant is Falcone and Associates LLC. The request is for rezone from PD and ASO4 to planned development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer and Mr. Grady. I do have documents to submit to the record.
Okay.
I do have our PowerPoint. Thank you. For the record, Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street. I have submitted a copy of our presentation as well as resumes for our experts this evening. Next slide. We're here with all of our team members, from anyone from Falcone and Associates, the developer. We have our traffic engineer, Steve Henry, as well as our legal and planning team. Next slide. So this property is generally located on the Tampa Bay Bypass Canal. between Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and I-4. The canal is immediately to the west of the property. It does contain plus or minus 17 acres. Next slide. The future land use and zoning designations are respectively CMU 12, and the zoning is PD, and a little sliver there you can see of AS. Next slide. So this is a very interesting area. It's residential. There are mobile home communities, multifamily communities, and single family scattered throughout. The area is predominantly scattered with those uses, as well as, and it is within the Interstate 75 corridor, which encourages urban level densities. I think that's very important as we look at this particular property. There is commercial further to the north along MLK Jr. Boulevard, and to the south and to the north along I-4. This is kind of sandwiched in between. Next slide. So our request this evening is for 268 multifamily units and amenities. We do have a second use on the property to comply with 19.1 of the comprehensive plan. We've developed a private park that will be open to the public and amenitize that. Talk a little bit more about that. We are requesting a flex from the adjacent UMU 20. We have satisfied all of the flex provisions, and we'll talk about that as well. We are not asking for any variations or waivers to the land development code. There is one roadway design exception, and we have our transportation engineer here to speak, as well as Mr. Perez, I believe, is on the line as well. Next slide. So this is the southern half of the property. This is really the unit type layout, which is south of the park. As you can see, we have various apartment buildings, as well as 4, we call them cottage units. They're above garage units that kind of add a diversity of housing types to this development. Our proposed density is only 15.7 dwelling units per acre. We're not asking for the max under the flex. Next slide. So the park, which is on the northern portion of the property, which will be open to the public, we did work with Planning Commission and your Development Services staff to come up with a condition that this park would include a variety of things: a walking path, bicycle racks, benches, an observation deck, a small dog park, a wayfinding signage, as well as open space, as you can see. Next slide. At this point in time, I want to turn it over to David Smith, our planning expert, to talk about compatibility as well as consistency with the comprehensive plan.
Spatzel.
Good evening, David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, 33602, representing Falcone. Lisa's done a very good framing of the development and its location. The property is located, as you can see on the graphic, in the black square. This area is targeted for urban level development throughout in the comprehensive plan. Other areas in the lighter shades are more suburban in nature, or are not residential whatsoever as you get into Sable Park and over towards the fairgrounds and I-4. Next slide, please. Looking at the property, CMU 12 requires a PD development. That is why we are here today with that. That allows residential and community uses. The proposed development which proposes residential, a variety of housing types. As you can see from the site plan, we're talking about multiple building, different shapes, so it's not a uniform presentation, and it doesn't create that walled effect of that multifamily development sometimes can result in. The area surrounding us has a mix of low density, high density, and I think this is a very good infill type development. As you come from MLK, from the employment centers of Sable and the employment centers of 301, you have multifamily development coming up to the north and progressing in the corridor. And as you come down from the northern side, there's higher density development off of the commercial side. So this is a very typical situation where you have UMU 20 land use, CMU 12 land use in parts of the community that have been developed at very low densities. And these become prime opportunities for infill development. As indicated, there's no waivers requested. Typically, when you have a residential development that is in an infill situation with low density residential in proximity, you would have several waivers that are typically asked for. We think that this adds to the compatibility of the project, but also the consistency with the comprehensive plan. Plan Commission, as usual, does a very good job of listing all the policies. This slide just goes through a few of those, which is typical. Again, we're trying to direct population to the urban service area. We are trying to make sure we have compatible development with mass, height, scale, bulk, and massing of the buildings. We're utilizing the flex. The flex does meet those criteria. We have availability of public services. We have compatibility with the surrounding uses by virtue of the placement of the buildings and not asking for those reductions in waiver from the 2-to-1 in particular. As buildings get higher, there's usually a 2-to-1 setback, and we meet or exceed those criteria. And the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan are to increase the density and utilize property efficiently when we have these higher land use categories in the county. So we also are looking at the neighborhood objectives, and which is the creation of like or similar uses. Residential is the predominant use in the area. We could have proposed another type of secondary use, but we felt that this private park open to the public was more of a community benefit, and it provides that second use, but it also at the same time becoming sensitive to their neighbors. When we look at the East Lake Orient Community Plan, we also have just coincidentally, a plan that talks about increasing recreational opportunities and trying to maintain the opportunity for people to enjoy the bypass canal. This proposed park will accomplish both of those opportunities. It will go all the way down to the bypass, and it will provide an overlook so people that can, technically right now you probably can't get to the water's edge without crossing private property, but in this case would provide that opportunity with this project. Looking at compatibility, and I've kind of touched on it a little bit, we're surrounded by diverse housing types. We're proposing a mixed-use multifamily development. We're nearby employment centers, which is where you would like to have the opportunity for shorter trips to employment opportunities in the area. The buffers comply or exceed the land development code requirements. Setbacks comply with those setbacks in the 2-to-1, and the appropriate height for a mixed-use area. We're looking at a property that is similar to other apartment buildings in the area. So with that conclusion, is the Development Service staff finds it approvable. Planning Commission staff finds it consistent. It supports the vision map. It supports the community plan, and we respectfully request a recommendation of approval. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Smith, yeah, thank you. Development Services?
Hello, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. And you can see the screen, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yes.
Tim, you could switch around the display settings.
Oh, yes. Thank you. All right. The site is located in East Lake Orient Park community. It's located on the west side of Cluis Avenue. The surrounding area is predominantly a mixture of single and multifamily residential. There is a mobile home park to the northeast. And the Hillsborough River Bypass Canal is located immediately to the west of the subject site. The future land use is Community Mixed Use 12. The property is located in the urban service area. Typical uses in the CMU 12 include residential, community scale retail, office uses, research, corporate park uses, light industrial, multi-purpose, clustered residential, mixed use projects at appropriate locations. the subject property includes mostly an existing PD, and then there's a smaller portion that's AS-0.4. To the north is AS-0.4 zoning. The existing use is single family, vacant, and mobile home park. To the south is the same designation and interstate PD. And single family homes. I think this is the slide from the previous. Hold on. Sorry. Oh no, it is. Sorry. Yeah. And then to the west is Tampa Bypass Canal. The existing use is Tampa Bypass Canal. To the east is single family mobile homes, and to the south are single family mobile homes in the IPD 2 and the AS-0.4 and the AS1. Here is the site plan that the applicant just showed. It's approximately a 6.08 acre unified development consisting of 2 areas. And this is actually from a previous. The request is to develop a 17 acre unified development consisting of 264 unit apartment complex, an additional 4 carriage apartment units, and 3.7 acre publicly accessible privately owned park with amenities. The park will be owned and maintained by the multifamily apartment complex. The applicant requests to rezone the site to PD to develop a maximum of 268 units and a publicly accessible park, which is located here. Pursuant to, as the applicant stated, pursuant to section 6.06.06 addressing compatibility, the applicant has not requested any waivers of that. The applicant also does not request any variations to the land development code 6.06.00, and the site will comply with and conform to all other applicable policies and applications. And that concludes staff's presentation. Unless there are questions, staff finds the request approvable.
All right, thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The applicant requests to rezone the site to planned development to develop a maximum of 268 dwelling units and a publicly accessible park. The proposed residential density in the urban service area is compatible with the existing character of development in the area, as it is surrounded by the Community Mixed Use 12 and Urban Mixed Use 20 designations with single-family residential and mobile homes. The proposal is consistent with the flex provision policies 7.2 and 7.3 of the future land use element. The applicant is proposing a density of 268 units, which is approximately 15.7 dwelling units per acre. The request includes a 500-foot flex of the UMU 20 to the south, which is 8.1 acres. The proposed density utilizing the flex provision is consistent with the intended density for the CMU 12 future land use category. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 and policies 16.2, 16.3, and 17.7 with regard to compatibility. The proposal includes appropriate setbacks, landscape buffers, and fencing around the perimeter of the property. In addition, the stormwater retention area in the park on the north side of the property serves as a buffer from the single-family residential that's located to the north. The proposed residential apartments and public park is consistent, publicly accessible park is consistent with the residential density and neighborhood uses that are intended in the CMU 12 future land use category. Objective 19 and associated policies 19.1 and 19.2 require 2 land uses for projects in the CMU 12 category that are 10 acres or greater in size. The secondary use must be at least 10% of the site. The proposal includes a publicly accessible park that is 3.73 acres in size, which exceeds this requirement. The applicant has committed to park amenities, including walking paths, bike racks, benches, shade trees, wayfinding signage, observation deck, dog park, pond, and open space, which have been memorialized in the conditions of approval. The subject site meets the intent of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The plan seeks new park and recreational facilities in conjunction with the approval of new residential development. In addition, the community plan states the Tampa Bypass Canal should be enjoyed by all, which the proposed park would help facilitate. Finally, the plan seeks to create housing opportunities for a diverse population and income level. The development proposal meets the intent of the housing goals in the plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, don't see anyone. Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant. All right, thank you. This will close the hearing on PD 22-0682.
The final item then is agenda item D14 is major mod application 22-0689. The applicant is Falco and Associates LLC. This is their request for a major modification existing plan development. I will note that this request there's an associated comprehensive plan amendment associated with this particular request, and it was directed by the board that this item be heard concurrently with the comprehensive plan amendment. Therefore, unlike the other items on tonight's agenda, this item will be heard at the comprehensive plan public hearing that's scheduled for August 11th at 6 p.m. Therefore, this item will be heard before the board on August 11th at 6 p.m. Again, Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Applicant.
Good evening again, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller for the record. I do have materials to submit to the record if you don't mind. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I did include resumes as well as a copy of our presentation tonight for your record. Next slide, please. Our team members here, again, are Falcone and Associates. Our civil engineers are Half and Associates, transportation engineer, Links and Associates, and our legal and planning team from Stearns Weaver Miller. Next slide. So this property is 18.4 acres located in Valrico. It is generally located on the southwest corner of State Road 60 and Miller Road, as shown on the graphic. Next slide. The future land use existing is Res 4 and Res 9. As Mr. Grady mentioned, this is also, there's a comprehensive plan amendment also in progress, and we will hear these two before the board at the same time. We are proposing Res 20 at 20 units per acre. The applicant, excuse me, next slide. The property is located within the urban service area. It is located in the State Road 60 Brandon Boulevard Overlay District. It is in the Valrico Countywide Planning Area, but it is not in the Brandon Community Plan. Next slide. This is just a chart of adjacent zonings and uses. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the infill nature of the development, but you can see to the north, there's a wide variety of, there's a mobile home park, there's an office building, there's a post office. To the south is primarily single family residential, and we'll talk a little bit more about buffering and screening. To the east, also single family residential. And to the west, there's single family residential. There is a commercial general shopping center, as well as some stormwater facilities, and additional PD with single family residential as well. Next slide. So this is ideal infill development within the urban service area. State Road 60 is built out with commercial infill development as it is. And as you can see from this graphic, the commercial entitlements include grocery stores, fast food restaurants, retail shops, gyms, pharmacies, and auto shops. This is really important because from a walkability perspective, the project is the exact type of use that the comprehensive plan encourages in this mixed use type corridor. Next slide. So it's important here to paint a picture because this is not a clean slate. This is a major modification of an existing zoning. The current PD was approved in 2015 and allows for up to 75,000 square feet of commercial general uses and 86 townhomes. Next slide. So our request today is to amend that approval to remove the 75,000 square feet of commercial uses and the 86 townhomes and replace it with 312 multifamily units, which equates to about 16.89 units per acre. Next slide. This is just a visual of the layout. You'll see there are 7 four-story buildings. There'll also be a clubhouse and amenities. Next slide. So I want to spend a little bit of time here. David Smith will come up from a planning perspective and give you some expert testimony about compatibility, but from a very lay person's standpoint, this to me was really telling. The approved development of 75,000 square feet had all of that up towards State Road 60. And then back into the existing residential development area, they had a very large building envelope that came very, very close to the property boundaries. This proposed development, I think, was a very thoughtful design. This developer took the time to rework this plan several times. We pushed the development in towards the inside of the development in order to create larger physical separations and larger setbacks and buffering. You do see that there is the stormwater retention pond up along 60. And again, we will also talk a little bit about traffic and how this reduces the number of trips. Next slide, please. So I don't know, can you zoom in a little bit on those numbers? If you can't, it's okay. We went in and with deliberate care, and this is going to be really important when David talks a little bit about buffering and screening, but all of the existing buildings are significantly separated from the existing residential development surrounding the property on the south side, on the east side, and on the west side. And I just want to take a moment because I think it's really important. The 2-to-1 buffering and separation requirements that are required under the code, we exceed all of those requirements. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about this, and maybe Richard Perez can provide more information to us from Development Services. But when we initially submitted this application, we had the exit, one full exit out on State Road 60, and an exit only onto Miller Road. Now, at staff's requirement, we have changed that to a full access. I know that there are many community folks here that would like to speak tonight, and I do think that traffic is an issue. So we did want to put on the record that we are open if the Board of County Commissioners at a later date would like to continue to restrict that to exit only. We're open to that concept. But in order to gain staff transportation approval and recommendation, we did change that to a full access. Next slide, please. So at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to David Smith again to talk about the compatibility and the consistency with the comprehensive plan.
Ms. Batzel.
Good evening again. David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, 33602, Director of Development and Zoning for Stearns Weaver Miller. This map looks familiar because it's just a different area of the county, but this vision map had for the State Road 60 corridor that this was an area targeted for growth. Looking at the corridor, it envisioned going through Brandon with the development that has occurred there, and as it transitions out to the east, to continue along that corridor because it provides for opportunities for mixed-use development. Also, there's some transit opportunities in the future, even though those are not immediate as far as large-scale mass transit. Next slide, please. So the area is targeted for growth in the urban service area. And this is just a table from the comp plan that shows existing what is going to happen in the Brandon area projected out to 2045? We're talking about 20,795 new residents. So people have to live somewhere. Looking at these corridors rather than having multifamily developments pushed back into and infill into established single-family homes, staying out on the intense corridors, coming as an alternative to commercial development, which generates more traffic and more nuisance noises and smells. Multifamily development provides for a logical transition from these commercial areas and also as an alternative use in these areas. Next slide, please. So you've already seen this graphic once, but I'm using it in the context of compatibility. When you come into an infill opportunity or a redevelopment opportunity, we look at this site in both ways. One, this is a redevelopment opportunity to remove a development that had commercial development along the frontage, which is basically extended commercial strip along the front, and it had some residential at the rear that had much less buffering, but 40-foot in height, which was pretty tall townhouses pushed back up to the edges, which would have visibility from the adjoining property owners. So these measurements, what we show here, are really a twofold. One, they were from the existing residence to the property lines. So as you can see up on State Road 60, the closest residential is 51 feet. But also you should note that we do not have any apartments up in that area. This property is an intervening property along the corridor that has been owned by the people that live there a long time, by their family, and they're just not ready to transition. They want to stay there, and we want to not make them uncomfortable with respect to any development in the area. So we've located the development further back away from them, so to keep that protection for them. So when you look at that, we don't have the exact measurement, but it's 51 feet to the property boundary up in that northwest corner, but it's over 240 feet to the amenity center. So you have 290 feet, almost 300 feet separation. As you come further down the western property line, the buildings are set back 110 feet. When you come down to the southwest corner, again, you have the closest residential structure there. They're 152 feet from the property, but on the diagonal, they're going to be over 330, 350 feet away from the nearest multifamily building. Likewise, as you go along the south and all the way up the eastern side, we have similar distances where we're having 360, 400, 500 foot of separation from these multi-family higher buildings to the residents around that are existing today. Also, not trying to use landscape or foliage that's on somebody else's property, but there's also mature trees, significant mature trees along all of those boundaries. And what we'll get to in a minute here is looking at what we're proposing to do on our side of the fence to maintain some of those buffers. So looking at the comp plan consistency in the next slide, similar slides that you see for comp plan, trying to direct growth into the urban service area, keeping in mind that the comp plan that was proposed has gone through and right up to the board, and they have now asked us to have this companion consideration. Planning Commission has recommended approval of the comp plan amendment. So in the context of the review, we're looking at a Res 20 concept for this consideration. So we proactively direct growth to the urban service areas. All new residential mixed-use use categories within the USA shall have density of greater than 4 units per acre. We're consistent with the medium-high policy 16.13. Medium-high residential and mixed-use developments encouraged to be located along transit emphasis corridors, potential transit corridors, or those in the context map. Consistent with the Land Development Code, once again, we're asking for no waivers. Again, we're trying to make sure that those elements that have put in the comprehensive plan and been put into the Land Development Code that ensure compatibility are reflected in this development. And we've actually gone on to exceed that, or at least our client has. So overall, this is proposed modification allows for development that's consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element and is compatible within the existing and planned environment. So the next slide. This is just another look at this, and I wanted to focus more on the one on the left is the approved development, which had about a 40-foot setback with 40-foot tall townhomes. And then you look on the right-hand side, which shows the building setbacks proposed for this multifamily development. I think that this definitely shows that the developer went the extra mile of trying to make sure that those impacts, visual impacts caused by multifamily development on existing single family that have been there particularly a long time, that there's consideration for that to try to keep those view corridors protected. Next slide. So here we have a typical buffer which is the southern buffer. And this is important. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to speed this up. So we have typical southern buffer. It shows that we're keeping in place a 50-foot landscape buffer along the south. Has a lot of mature trees and understory. Then you have parking and drive aisle. Next slide, please. This where there's garages. This shows you the typical buffer. We have 20 foot, but there's only a garage intervening, and then you have those large setbacks. Next slide. And then here we have the typical landscape buffer where there's not a garage. You have at least 32-foot landscape buffer with trees and fencing to also complement the setback that's occurred. Next slide. I'll give transportation a chance to say something before time runs out. Thank you very much if you have any questions.
Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Just wanted to show you real quickly the difference in trip generation between the approved project versus what we're proposing. So the green illustrates the daily traffic for what is approved, the 75,086 townhomes versus what we're proposing. So the difference is over 5,000 trips per day on the approved. We've got about 1,400. So a significant decrease. Go to the next slide. This one shows the comparison of both the AM and PM peak hours. Again, the green is the approved, the blue is the proposed. The AM peak hour, it's 214 versus 126. PM peak hour, 506 versus 122. So what we're proposing is a significant decrease in traffic over what's currently approved for the site. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You've got about 10 seconds. Pardon me. All right. Development Services, please.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I'll go ahead and share my screen. And I know the applicants gave a very thorough presentation, so I'll try not to repeat any information that they provided to you. So again, this is a major modification request to an existing PD. And as you heard, that PD is approved for 75,000 square feet of commercial uses, as well as a townhome portion of 86 townhomes along the southern area. They are asking to remove those entitlements to allow 312 multifamily units at a density of 16.89 acres. And they are doing this with the pending Res 20 proposed comp plan amendment, which will be heard with this rezoning, as Mr. Grady stated, on August 11th at 6 p.m. The property is slightly over 18 acres in size, located at the southwest corner of Miller Road and State Road 60. The current future land use categories on the property are Res 4 and Res 9. The site is in the urban service area. It is within the State Road 60 overlay, specifically the suburban sector, and there are no PD variation requests. As we already stated, there is a pending future land use amendment to go to the Res 20 future land use category, which would potentially allow 20 units per acre. As Ms. Batzel stated, there is surrounding development consisting of a multitude of uses, mobile home parks, offices, shopping centers, as well as single-family residential. In looking at the proposed layout of the property, and I believe as the applicants demonstrated to you through some of their previously shown graphics. The 312 multifamily units will be housed in 7 separate freestanding buildings. The setbacks vary along the west, south, and east from anywhere between 96 and 185 feet from the PD boundaries. The building heights will be limited to 58 feet, 4 stories, and the required 20-foot wide buffer or more, which in some places is 32 feet in width, with type B screening will be provided along the west, south, and east. And I would note that previously approved specific screening requirements that were previously requested, those had to do with the specific fence type, color, vegetation, is proposed to remain. Those are not proposed to be removed under this project request. And as the applicant stated, they are requesting buildings that are 4 stories in height, and they have demonstrated that the project will exceed the required 2-to-1 setback, which is at a required 2 feet for every 1 foot over 20. This graphic is found in Development Services staff report that provides for you what the code required setback is and what the 2-for-1 setback is, and then if they are meeting or exceeding that. And in summary, they are meeting or exceeding that requirement on all property boundaries. So we do find this project approvable, subject to conditions. We do find it compatible with the surrounding area. The use and density will be permissible by the Res 20 future land use category. It has been found to be consistent, and there were no agency review objections. And hopefully either during this presentation or before this presentation, you should have received revised conditions of approval. And the only revision is the removal of an unnecessary condition which required some renumbering. So those should be provided to you to be put into the record tonight. And that's all I have in case you have any questions.
Thank you. I have the revised conditions too. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. I do apologize. I'm having a little bit of camera difficulty. I'm not sure what the issue is. Is it okay if I continue my testimony without camera? Is that acceptable?
I think we have no choice. So yes, we'll hear your testimony without camera.
Thank you. I appreciate your flexibility.
Yes.
Again, for the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 and residential 9 future land use categories. However, there is currently, as you've heard, an active comprehensive plan amendment for the property. HCCPA 21-27 is seeking to change the future land use of the subject site to residential 20. As Mr. Grady and Ms. Heinrich mentioned, that hearing will take place on August 11th at 6 p.m. and will also include this rezoning petition. The subject property is also located in the urban service area and is not located within the limits of a community plan. The proposed major modification is consistent with Policy 1.4, Objective 6, and Policy 6.1 of the future land use element, which refers to compatibility with the surrounding area. Given the overall development pattern in the immediate area, which is a mixture of both residential and commercial uses, the proposed apartment complex is consistent with policy direction regarding compatibility and like land uses. Goal 13 of the community design component, which encourages infill development within urban and suburban areas to create a mixed-use development pattern. The proposed development creates a transition between the single family to the south, southwest, and west, and to the existing retail development located to the northeast, northeast, and southeast. The property was once approved for a planned development with a maximum of 75,000 square feet of commercial general uses and 86 townhomes. The proposed development increases the density and removes the commercial entitlements. The proposed site plan accomplishes good design practices by concentrating the buildings toward the middle of the site, creating a far enough setback to offset any potential negative impacts to the surrounding single-family residential. Furthermore, the site has internal and external pedestrian access that would enable a walkable environment with access to public transportation, as well as access to goods and services, which is consistent with policy direction. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Okay. Are there persons here or online who wish to speak in opposition? All right, let's take a count. How many are there who wish to speak? So we have 6. All right, I'm counting 6. Is that correct?
Sounds right.
Okay, so you have a total of 15 minutes. So that's going to be in the neighborhood of 2.5 minutes person. Is that about right?
Good evening, Madam Hearing Examiner. Max Forgy, 236 Southeast 45th Street, Cape Coral, Florida, 33904. I'm a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners for the last 29 years. I have been sworn. You have already received my report, my attachment A, which is my resume, the AICP Code of Ethics, which is attachment B, and I will be presenting the FDOT State Road 60 study on behalf of Mr. Leroux in case he does not have an opportunity to present it himself. I have a master's in public affairs from the O'Neill School of Public and Environmental Affairs at Indiana University, Bloomington. Why this hearing should have been postponed. According to the staff report, this application is being heard concurrent with CPA 2127 requesting a future land use map, a category change from Res 4 and Res 9 to Res 20. That is not correct because this will not be a concurrent hearing. State law allows local governments to hear the future land use map amendment followed by the zoning map on the same agenda, but they cannot reverse the order. The future land use map amendment is currently scheduled to be heard by the BCC on August 11th. The order matters because this is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. It isn't. It may at some time be if the Board of County Commissioners were to amend it.
Sir, 6 persons who wish to speak and each are allotted 2.5 minutes. So you've had your 2.5 minutes.
All right.
All right. So you've got 2.5 more minutes.
The comprehensive plan amendment is always legislative, whether it originates from the Board of County Commissioners or from a private property owner. A PD amendment, a major modification, or anything else is quasi-judicial. That is what this hearing is. And there is a twofold test which has been established in the Snyder decision. And the first prong, the only one I'm going to mention, is that a landowner seeking to rezone property has the burden of proving that the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan. They can't do that because it's not consistent at this time. The legislative process is the only appropriate way to compare the existing and proposed uses and to receive community input. And I fear that if this hearing produces a recommendation of approval, it will prejudice my client's opportunity to be heard without prejudice. I have 5 recommended findings of fact. I am concerned about the context of the surrounding area.
This would establish a brown chevron surrounded by peach and yellow. That, if it were in zoning, would be spot zoning. This is a proposed spot flume. We will discuss that on August 11th. I wish to call your attention, you've already heard it recited tonight, to the definition of compatibility. Mr. Bothy, my client, will address the impacts that this development would have on his property. The impacts will go, no one will complain that Mr. Bothy will adversely impact this development. This is a very one-way impact. Based upon the above competent, substantial evidence, it is my expert opinion that the proposed major modification should be denied outright by the Board of County Commissioners, and it should not be heard by the hearing examiner in the absence of a future land use map amendment from the Board of County Commissioners. I will be presenting this, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you, sir. Be sure and sign in with the clerk. All right. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robert Padilla. I live at 212 Ranja Lane, Valrico in District 4. I come to you as a homeowner and as the president of the HOA that's across the street that will be directly impacted by this development. I came to voice my opposition along with the majority of the people that I've spoken to, actually all the people that I've spoken to, and the majority of the community as opposition to this for numerous reasons, to include safety, most of all, and to address the lack of infrastructure upgrades. It's no secret 60 is in dire need of being widened to 4 lanes from Valrico Road to Dover. Right now, that traffic has caused me to say more than 10,000 Hail Marys because of the curse words that I've uttered trying to get home in that mess. There's a school nearby. My wife will not allow my children to walk to school. Many people in my neighborhood will not allow their children to walk to school because Miller is dangerous. The proposed plan by these people have an exit and entrance coming off Miller. What is the plan to upgrade that road? Is it eminent domain? Are they going to pay for it, or are we going to pay for it? I know for a fact what State Road 60 is looking to be widened, and I want to direct everybody's attention to some of these drawings that were submitted. What you see right here is the planned retention pond by FDOT, which is the direct southwest corner of Miller. That is the lowest point in the area between Valrico Road and Dover Road. All the water will have to run down that way, and it will directly impact their proposed development. And then we're going to be clashing with government and private entities. Yes, ma'am. I'll wrap it up.
Your time.
Okay.
Yes.
I ask everybody consider the facts and consider the feelings of the homeowners that are directly impacted.
Thank you, sir.
I have some items to submit for evidence.
Please do.
Okay.
See the clerk right here. Thank you. All right, come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Kevin Ratliff, 1814 Citrus Orchard Way, Valrico. I'm a member of the Brentwood Hills Homeowner Association community, approximately 1,000 single-family homes. Adjacent to us is approximately 500 to 600, and across Valrico Road is, again, another approximately 500 to 600. The density in that area is already extremely high. It goes all the way out to Dover Road, Newsom High School, but the entire area is single-family home. There is not a Res 20 property that I could identify except possibly over by the mall on Gornto Lake Road, where there are probably a dozen high-density apartment complexes, all of which make that road impassable most of the time during the day. Valrico Road and State Road 60 is well documented as a traffic hazard, and I question the TPO long-range traffic plan and whether that property fits within that transportation plan in Hillsborough County. I question the corridor preservation plan as well, if it's been addressed. I question the goal 7.2 in the FLU objectives for preservation of commercial and sensitive lands, to minimize the adverse impact to residential and community developments that are existing in the environmentally sensitive land, because there is existing water retention pond and nature preserve, given that it's 18 acres and there is none other in that area. So I'll relinquish my time to the others. I thank you for the opportunity, and I'm against this.
Thank you, sir. Please see the clerk over here and sign in, sir. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Belcher. I live at 406 South Miller Road. I'm in opposition of this project, even though it was well thought out and designed. It is not consistent with anything in Valrico because of the high density. We do have multifamily in our area, but it does not exceed, or it is not classified as the color that they have as the residential 20. Well, there's one, but it doesn't exceed 2 to 3 stories. This is asking for a higher density and 4-story buildings, 3 to 4-story buildings. This is going to be rezoned again. It was already rezoned in 2015 for 86 townhomes. Now we're looking at 312 residential units. Commercial does not add traffic. It already works with the traffic that's there. When you're adding 312 residential units, you're adding more traffic, more cars. If everybody has 2 cars, that's 624 cars. I live at 406 Miller, and the traffic goes past my house in the morning and afternoon. I walk my child to school and I see it. And Miller is a dangerous road, and exiting from Hungry Howie's or Winn-Dixie is dangerous. And those are things that need to be considered, considering the fact that they want to put another entrance or exit on Miller Road. Miller Road is an issue. It's a 2-lane highway, and it cannot be congested anymore. Well, it can be, but it's going to be problematic for the people who actually drive there every single day. This is the map, the color map that they use. I don't know if it's going to be upside down or not, but it shows residential 20. This is the project that they want approved. This is what's existing. They do not exceed 2 stories, and it's not such a high density that they're asking for. So, along with many others in the community that have wrote to the commissioners, I think that this is not consistent with our single-family community that we live in Valrico. It's a rural area that we're trying to preserve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Three minutes left, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Charles Bothy. I live at 2303 Highway 60. And my neighbor Don Myansky lives right next to me, and we're right next to where this project is going to go in. I've lived there 40 years. Don's family's lived there 60 years. I've seen a lot of changes go on there. When you're going out Highway 60 towards Plant City, from Valrico Road, it goes from 6 lanes to 4 lanes right in front of my house. It is a terrible bottleneck. That's also one of the lowest points in Hillsborough County between Brandon and Dover Road. I've seen it flood there just during thunderstorms, not during a serious hurricane or serious weather. I just think that this is going to be a disaster. Miller Road is a substandard road. It's not that it's a terrible intersection to try and to navigate. And it's just, we agreed to the Res 4 and Res 9 in 2015, and now they're trying to shove residential 20 down our throats, and I oppose it vehemently. So,
thank you, sir. All right, almost 2 minutes left. Is there anyone else who wishes to?
Better late than never. Luke LaRoe, 2240 Bel Air Road, Clearwater, Florida, 33764. And I think I would just simply repeat what everybody else has said. I think the big issue here is Comp Plan Policy 1.4. This is a development of such a massive scale in this particular area. You've heard that there's nothing like it anywhere around there. And I think if you look at all the adjoining properties, a lot of those are ASC 1, which is 1 unit per acre. At least 2 of the 4, that's exactly what the zoning is. So this just seems to be way too ambitious. And with a substandard road in this particular part of Hillsborough County, I think it's certainly not compatible with the rest of the issues. And I would certainly ask you to recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Be sure and sign in here. All right, is that it? 1 minute left. Okay, development services, do you have anything further?
Just a clarification regarding procedurally, when this item's heard August 11th, the comprehensive plan amendment would be taken up first and enacted on first. I mean to imply that the zoning would be heard before action on the comp plan amendments. The board did direct that procedurally it be processed this way. So from our perspective, we've evaluated based on, generalized assumptions that this were allowed 20 units per acre, whether or not this would be compatible with the area. So that's based on that board direction. That's what we've done. But again, at the August 11th meeting, the CPA would be voted on first before the zoning item would be taken up. Thank you.
Mr. Grady, just a quick question. And is it unusual for a comp plan amendment and a rezoning to be processed concurrently with each other?
It's not unusual. I mean, the board we have had other items that have done the same thing. So this is not atypical.
Okay, thank you. All right, applicant.
Steve Henry again, Links and Associates. So real quick, just want to go over the traffic. Real quick. One of the comments that came up was saying that the retail portion is actually existing traffic on the road. There actually are 2 components to retail traffic. One is new trips, the other is passerby. The passerby are what are on the roadway today. And then the new trips are the new trips that are coming to that particular development. So the graphics that I showed you were actually the new trips, not the total trips. For instance, on a daily basis, the retail would actually have a total of almost 8,000 trips versus 1,400 for our project. In the AM peak hour, the project would have a total of over 300 versus the 214 that we showed. And then in the PM peak hour, the total would be over 700 total cars versus what we had shown, which was the 500 versus the 122. So the reality is the total traffic that is significantly higher than what we showed. We only showed the new traffic that would be there. So again, as far as the roadway system out there, this would have a significant decrease in the traffic and impact on the project. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise Batzel, for the record. Just to address the issues with respect to compatibility, your county professional staff, as well as our professional planner, have found this to be compatible. As you know, lay testimony on technical matters such as transportation, planning, compatibility, Florida law says that that's not substantial competent evidence. I know that you know that. This isn't a rural area. This is an area that is slated in your comprehensive plan for more intense development. This is along State Road 60. This isn't within the community. This is on State Road 60, which is very different. I just want to reemphasize that this is not a clean slate. Many of the comments that we heard from the community, I understand is vacant, but you have to look at, and I know that the board will look at the fact that these are existing entitlements, and these entitlements will create less traffic. They will create greater buffers, less intense development on that, which is where the findings of compatibility came. With respect to the schools, just quickly to put this on the record, there is a continuous sidewalk down Valrico Road from our development all the way to the school, just to note that for the record. To address the stormwater requirements, we will have to comply with all permitting and stormwater requirements when we go in to get our permits. And if we can't do that, we can't build the development. But all of those issues with respect to stormwater and flooding will be addressed at permitting. Just isn't appropriate to address those at the rezoning stage. And finally, I'd like to put this into the record. We in Hillsborough County, as many of you know, are in a huge need for housing and a diversity of housing types. This is exactly the type of development that we need at this point in time to deal with the folks that are moving into town. It's also the ideal location. When developers come into Hillsborough County, they come to Hillsborough County and they look at our comprehensive plan and they say, where can we locate? And they find places where neighborhoods are changing or where we direct the growth. And that's exactly what this is. And just finally, for the record, I do want to note that when there is an existing entitlements, Florida law provides that as soon as the planning staff, your professional staff, provides a report in support, the burden then shifts to the local government to say, well, why do we want to keep, what's the substantial competent evidence in keeping the existing entitlements? And tonight we have not heard any substantial competent evidence that would justify keeping these existing commercial entitlements on the property. So with that, we will answer any questions that you have. Thank you so much for your time so late in the evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, this will close the hearing on major modification 22-0689, and this will conclude our zoning hearing meeting this evening.
Councilwoman Hartak.
Hi, thank you all for this tonight. And I want to thank Secretary Gwynn for working on these underpasses with the 275 construction. I drove